boost.
Hey, Jesse Cockney here. Today we're going to ski the 5-kilometer race course at the 2025 Ski Nationals in Canmore, Alberta. Okay, so we've just finished the first climb out of the stadium up to the bridge, and you want to make sure that you've got the speed that you want to keep for the course, but that you have enough energy to last the whole time, because there's a lot of race trails still to go. Here we are at the hardest part of the whole race course, named after Olympic champion Becky Scott. And it got its name because Becky powered her way to victory in the 2005 World Cup with this hill. So emulate Becky, ski like a champion, and make sure you've got a ton of energy, because it goes on and on and on and on. Here we are at the top of the wall. Congratulations, you made it, but do not rest. The whale tail is harder than it seems. It's flat, it's unassuming, but you don't want to lose too much time because there's not a lot of race course left to make it back. Here we are at the top of the race course. We're at the weather station. There's a lot of downhill, but be sure to work the transitions and make sure that you're keeping speed along the flats as you go towards the finish line. Okay, we've just finished the last climb on the course. We're skiing the flats. Make sure along this part of the course that you're keeping the speed really high. If you've got any matches left, burn all of them into the downhill and into the finish line. Now the moment we've all been waiting for, my favorite part of the race course, the finishing straight. It's longer than it looks, so make sure you've got patience and you find where there's going to be space, because at some point people are going to pick their lines, they're going to pick a lane, so you need to make sure that there's no one in front of you and you have a straight line to the finish. Whew, all right, we did it. Congrats for finishing the 5-kilometer race course at the 2025 Ski Nationals. Hope you had a lot of fun, and I hope you gave everything you had, and good luck to everyone this week.
And we have our first women coming to the start area in a few minutes here.
you are the two-time national champion in this event. So the last 2 years, national championships, what is your plan going into today's event?
It's a hard course, so I think I'm just going to go out hard and try to maintain my speed throughout the course. The race kind of ends at the top, so you just climb, and then it's downhill till the finish. So I'm going to pretend that's the finish line and see how it goes.
There's a lot of hard competition here today. What have you been telling yourself just to stay confident and trust your training?
Yeah, I think just like trust the plan and know that I'm prepared, and these are courses that I know, so just give it.
Do you feel like as an athlete who lives and trains in this area, do you have an advantage over some of the others?
I think a little bit. Like, we live at a bit more altitude than some teams, so that might be beneficial, but who knows? It's a course where anyone can do well.
Okay, good luck today.
Thank you.
There are trail sports, the biggest ski store.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. Yeah, so Amelia, one of our favorites today. We've got a very strong field here for our women's competition. They'll be going first. We have 109 women's competitors, again, doing 10K, 2 laps of this 5K course. And it's a beautiful day. It's below freezing right now, but it will warm up above freezing for our men's races that'll come after our women's races. But again, we got 106 starters for the women. They'll be starting in just around 2 minutes. And you can see our racers just showing up there. That's our start list. Again, 106 women competing for a national championship. And we actually have quite a few countries represented. I think we've got 10 countries represented today. We've got the likes of US, Mexico, Norway, Hungary, Great Britain. They'll be starting today here, day 3 of competition at the Nordiq Canada 2025 Ski Nationals, brought to you by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. And we can see, 106 starters here for our women's race. See the women starting to line up at the start gates here for today's 10K. Again, 2 laps of 5 kilometers. And this course, it's a really tough course. Basically 2.5 kilometers stair-step climb up to the top of the course, and then downhill to the stadium, and they'll do that twice to get to 10K. Looking for a winning time, probably for the women, around maybe 24 minutes or so. Should be pretty fast. It's just below freezing right now. You can see a little bit of wind. You can see the flags flying, and definitely a bit windy out there. But once they get up into onto the climbs, it'll be pretty protected from the wind up there. Okay, we're getting pretty close to start. So you can see on the start line, number 1, that's Hannah Wilsey of the Harvard Crimson University team. Harvard on their spring break right now, and they sent their young team up to Canada to extend their season. And there we are, underway with our 10K women's race. And so Hannah Wilsey on course. And we got another Harvard Crimson athlete on the start line, number 2, Clara Lake. She's a sophomore, and she is from that Boston area where Harvard is. And it's interesting, Boston is not known for its great ski conditions. I think they have about a 1K loop that they can train on. And, they have to work pretty hard. Obviously, also this team, Harvard, is was Remy Droulet's team for 4 years. Remy Droulet, one of the top Canadian skiers, skied for Harvard for 4 years. He's now graduated. He actually won an NCAA championship with Harvard in the 20K Classic. Okay, it looks like we do have non-starter number 3 not starting today. So there's a bit of a break. And then we'll have our next starter, number 4, Anna Goodwin. Anna Goodwin of the Hollyburn Ski Club in Vancouver.
Can you double check with Ben or Nathaniel if the start shot looks good to them? Or should it be zoomed in more?
Okay, so Anna Goodwin from the Hollyburn Ski Club now about to start here. And they're starting about 30-second intervals. And it's 10K again, probably 24, 25 minutes for a top time expected day. And the way these athletes are set up is they're categorized based on their CPL points, their Canadian points And you're going to see some of the non-Canadian athletes starting early because they don't have those Canadian points. So it just kind of moves up based on their ranking. And now we've got on the start line Paralympian Brittany Hudak. She's on the start line, part of the Canadian Para Nordic team. She's a Paralympic medalist. And there we go, Brittany Hudak in with the able-bodied athletes today.
And biathlon, Brittany is on course.
So Brittany Hudak on course, and she took medals. I think she took 2 or 3 medals at the 2022 Beijing Olympics. So we've got some of the Para-Nordic athletes jumping in with our able-bodied athletes today for the 10K National Championship. So you can see them just on this first climb. You can see Brittany Hudak, just one pole, and she's going to take on this really tough course here at Canmore and 2 laps of the 5K. So there's Brittany Hudak coming up that first really, really tough climb. Again, it's about 2.5K of climbing, 4 to 5 climbs as they stair step to the top of the course. And there we've got number 7 starting, that's Sean Hope Craig of North Bay Nordic, and one of our Nipissing University athletes. So we've got actually 3 races in one. We've got the U20, we've got the senior, and we've got the university athletes racing today. Number 8 coming up is Claire Wrights from the Rocky Mountain Racers. She's one of our U20 athletes. So Claire Wrights now on course here for the 10K. Coming up next from the ski back team, just outside Quebec City, that's Raphael Lafrance, number 9. You can see the sun poking out up above, some partly sunny, beautiful day there in Canmore. There we've got coming up the climb. That looks like, I think that's number 7. Yeah, that's Sean Hope Craig of North Bay Nordic and Nipissing University. Right behind her, Claire Wrights of the Rocky Mountain Racers. Then we've got number 10 in the start gates from Lappy Nordic. That's Ruth Zavitz. Lappy Nordic, just outside Thunder Bay. They've hosted quite a few nationals. A couple years ago, they hosted the National Championships, 2023 and 2018. And they, of course, Thunder Bay hosted the 1995 World Ski Championships. That was an incredible, incredible event. Next on the start line from Fondue-Laurentide, it's Elizabeth Dubé. She's another one of our, I believe, our U20 athletes. Yeah, she's born in 2005. So U20 is birth years 2005 and later. Again, we've got U20, senior, and university athletes all mixed together. So we'll keep track of the results of all 3 of those categories. Next on the start line from Fondue-Laurentide is Jade Gamache Thibault, number 12. So again, this is 2 times the 5K loop in that course. It just climbs and climbs and climbs for about 2.5 kilometers, and then you've got the descent. So pacing is really, really critical on a race like this. Like you've got the altitude of Canmore, you've got the big climbs, and you've got 10K. You've got to just balance your effort, and it's different than, say, a cycling race or a time trial cycling event where you're on a flat road, say, and you're just trying to balance that pacing throughout. With the ski race, you've got to go above your threshold for some period, then you're going to get that rest on the downhill. So, but that pacing is super important at Canmore at the altitude. We've seen that over and over again at Canmore races. Those skiers that can do those negative splits or about even splits typically have the best results. Okay, on the start line now, we've got number 14. That's from Foothills Nordic and the Biathlon Alberta Training Center. That's Nadia Klafke on the start line right now. So Foothills Nordic, one of the top clubs in Alberta. You know, Canmore Nordic, Foothills Nordic have certainly the largest clubs in Alberta, and they've hosted a lot of events. Canmore Nordic hosting these national championships, but Foothills has hosted a lot of great events at the Canmore Nordic Centre as well. This is Ilea Piras from North Bay Nordic and Nipissing University now on course. Nipissing, you know, they're an underdog university, but they're not one of the dominant universities, but they have had some very impressive wins and medals in university competitions over the years. So a bit of an underdog team, but definitely have been punching above their weight over the years in the university competitions at the national championships. And see some of our early starters making their way up those climbs, those grinding climbs here at Canmore. I mean, this is a tough course at Canmore for these athletes. Here we've got number 17 from Big Thunder Nordic and Lakehead University. This is Alex Scheifele. So Lakehead, one of the top universities. They've had many wins over the years. And we'll also see the university competitions in the relay. That's always a great event. And what's interesting about this year, normally they have a team sprint event at Nationals. This year, they're going back to the relays. That'll be on Friday. We'll have the relays. And that the university teams, usually some pretty heavy and heated competition in those relays. That'll come up on Friday for the university. But right now, if you're just joining us, this is the 10K interval start freestyle event. We've got the women on course right now, our U20, our senior and university athletes. Here we have number 19 from Ski-Bec, Beatrice Blanchard. And Ski-Bec just in the Quebec City area. Very, very strong team, produced many great athletes. And if you're, the weather here in Canmore, partly sunny. It's maybe about -3, -4 Celsius. Going to be warming up over the course of the day. Here we got number 20 from Mooski, Quebec, Nelly Lavoie on the start line. And they're starting every 30 seconds here for the 10K interval start. 2 laps of the 5K. And just seeing some of these skiers on these tough climbs. Yeah, now we're starting to see athletes. That's one of our Harvard athletes, one of our early starters, getting close to the top of the course. They've been out there for about 10 minutes, so they're going to be right near the top of the course. And then they've got that descent down into the stadium. Yeah, so we can see that's looks like number 1, I believe, Hannah Wilsley of the Harvard Crimson. I think that, or maybe number 2, Clara Lake, also of the Harvard Crimson, right at the top of the course. Okay, now we got number 22 from CCUNC, and that is Madeleine Fortin. So we're probably under, 3 or 4 minutes, maybe 4 minutes from getting splits on the course. We'll be getting splits every 5K. Every lap. And we've got our next athlete at the top of the course. So that's after 2.5 kilometers of climbing, and that is number 2. That is Clara Lake, the sophomore with the Harvard Crimson. Again, the Harvard team, it's their spring break right now. They've got a young team, but they've really built up over the last couple of years. Certainly Remy Drolet, part of that rebuild of the Harvard team. Remy Drolet is now graduated, and they've got a young team, and the coach wanted to bring the team to Canmore to extend their season and get some great racing in, finish off their season. And the quote from their coach was they want to make these athletes hungry for next season, get them exposed to some high-level racing, and come back hungry next year. Okay, we got 22 just on the climb. That's Madeleine Fortin from CCUNC. That's that first climb. Now we're cutting to the top of the course. And that is Brittany Hudak, I think. Yeah, that is Brittany Hudak. I think, maybe not. No, that's that looks like Anna Goodwin, I think, at the top of the course. That should be, I think, number 4. Yeah, that's Anna Goodwin of the Hollyburn Ski Club out of the Vancouver area. But there, right behind her is Brittany Hudak, number 5, the Paralympic medalist from 2022. So she is skiing with the able-bodied athletes, and that's amazing. When you think she has just climbed 2.5 kilometers, and she's just using the one pole, and look how centered she is. Like, you couldn't tell really that she's only skiing with one pole, just how centered she is. And just think about the core strength that takes. So just amazing skiing by Brittany Hudak, the Paralympic medalist there. Now we've got, this looks like, I think this might be Paige Saravanamuchu from Canmore Nordic just coming up the climb. She's part of the UBC Thunderbirds. And if you're looking for a good follow on Instagram, the UBC Thunderbirds are a great follow. They have some great content on Instagram. So I think this is Sarah Vanamutu coming to the top of the climb for the UBC Thunderbirds, one of our first Canadian university athletes. And we talk about university categories, it is only the Canadian universities that compete for those. So we've got some American university athletes here, but that's partly because for some of those universities, it's their spring break. Obviously a different spring break for some of those American athletes. Rather than going to Florida, they've come up to Canada, but great to have them here. And often we have quite a few American university athletes come up to the Nationals, as we just saw Chloe Walk from the Hollyburn Ski Club take off from the start. And there we've got our first athlete lapping through the finish. That is Hannah Wilsey. So she's completed her first lap. So shortly we're going to start to get some lap times. Hannah is a first-year university athlete with the Harvard Crimson, originally from the Minneapolis area. And if you're familiar with the Minneapolis and the Minnesota ski season, they have over 8,000 athletes in their high school program in Minnesota. So it's amazing if you ever go to a Minnesota ski race, high school ski race, and you see 1,000 athletes participating, and it's one of many races on the day. So Hannah Wilsley, a product of that Minnesota ski program. Okay, number 30 on the start line. This is Julianne Dorval from Mont Saint Anne. I'm quite liking those Mont Saint Anne ski suits. I think those are new this year. They look really nice. Here we've got Shiloh Rousseau, number 31 from Canmore Nordic, veteran athlete. One of our Ontario athletes. Yeah, Ontario, really strong presence here. You know, there's 4 provinces with around 150 plus athletes: Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, and BC. And I'm really looking forward to Relay Day on Thursday, because we haven't had relays at Nationals for quite a few years. And there we've got now some of our athletes starting on their second lap. So that looks like Hannah Wilsley, number 1, starting her second lap. So again, this is 2 times the 5-kilometer course. And there we've got number 4. That's Anna Goodwin lapping through. And I think we'll see Brittany Hudak lap through very shortly as well. One of our Paralympic medalist athletes. She'll be lapping through shortly as well. So again, if you're just joining us, this is the 10K interval start freestyle race for U20 senior and university athletes. We've got our women starting first. We've got 106 women's athletes here in the 10K race. They're doing 2 laps of the 5K. There we've got on the start line number 34. This is one of our Hungarian athletes. So this is Luca Anapalasti from Hungary. She now lives in Colorado, or at least she's racing or skiing in Colorado. But great to have Hungary on the start line. We also earlier, number 26 was Carla Schleski from Mexico. So she started a bit earlier. So we have US, Canada, Mexico, and now Hungary on course here for our women's 10K interval free technique race here at the 2025 Nordiq Canada National Ski Championships. So on the start line, number 35 from Foothills Nordic, this is Flora Zonka. So Foothills Nordic located in Calgary, but lots of athletes coming to Canmore frequently to train for Foothills Nordic. And we've got 36 on the start line. That's Finley Pierce Gagnon from Bulkley Valley in BC. So we can see actually some of the athletes going with the coach skate on some of these climbs. Now, you can't fully get the perspective of how tough that climb is, but the coach skate, it's actually not a bad way to pace yourself on some of these climbs. It's like shifting to a small gear on your bike just to spin the pedals, just to avoid using too much energy on that first lap. And we saw even Jesse Diggins use the coach skate a few times, I think, at the on the Val de Fiemme climb, the Alpe de Chemise climb in the Tour de Ski, and we also saw some of that at the World Ski Championships in Norway on the 50K skate for the women with those epic conditions. Some of them were reverting to coach skate to get up some of the climbs. Okay, so this is just cutting to the top of the course. So again, each lap, it's 5 kilometers, but it's basically 2.5 kilometers stair stepping to the top of the course is what you're seeing here. And then about a 2.5 kilometer undulating descent back to the stadium. And that's number 14 on the climb. That is Nadia Klafke of Foothills Nordic, just getting to the top of the course. So just starting to get some of our lap splits. So we can see at lap 1, Hannah Wilsley, right now our leader with a time of 14:12 after the first lap. Just slowly our lap times are rolling in. As we see number 10 laps through the course, that's Rusavitz of Lappi Nordic. Yeah, now you're starting to see, as you see going up that first climb, you're seeing skiers starting their race and skiers starting their second lap. And there we go, Rusavitz just lapping through, heading out for another 5K loop for a total of 10K. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the 10K interval free technique race here for the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. It's our women on the start line right now. We got number 41. This is Laurent Pinault from Walden Cross Country in Ontario, and she skis for Lakehead University. We just saw coming up that first climb was Catherine McIntosh of Nakertok Nordic, and she also skis for the Rocky Mountain Racers. Rocky Mountain Racers, a great Alberta team. A lot of athletes going from high school, looking for maybe not training, as a training center, looking for maybe a less intense route to skiing out of high school. Rocky Mountain Racers does a great job with that. And we've got this athlete, number 40, one skating up that first climb. That is Charlotte Wilson of Canmore Nordic. And often you see the Canmore athletes, they're pretty good at pacing themselves. They race here pretty frequently, and they've learned just how to pace themselves, right? They're also a little more acclimatized to the altitude. I've certainly found myself in the past racing in Canmore, it takes 5 or 6 days before you start to feel normal. So that definitely can be a factor, although a lot of these senior athletes have probably been in Canmore for about 5 days now getting ready for these national championships. So a lot of these athletes are starting to get fairly acclimatized to these conditions. Okay, yeah, so we're starting to get some more lap times come through. Hannah Wilsey, still our leader at 14:12. And she's one of our American athletes without CPL points, so she wasn't, the way that the categorization works for the start, it's basically the lower ranked skiers first, and then we finish off with our top ranked skiers, but that's based on Canadian points. So Hannah Wilsley, who doesn't have those Canadian points, she's one of the early starters, but also one of our fastest times so far, 14:12 after 5K. And we've got 45 on the start line. That's Tessa Quinn Crook from Nakurtok Nordic. So again, we have 106 athletes for our women's race. So we're starting to get close to the middle. And now we've got Emma Archibald. Emma, also one of our Para Nordic athletes. She competed yesterday in the Para Nordic events. So you can see she is skiing without poles. Emma Archibald with the Scotia Cross Country Club. So she's from Nova Scotia and part of the Canadian Para Nordic ski team. So great that the Para Nordic athletes are racing with the able-bodied athletes. You know, they can compare themselves. A lot of these Para Nordic athletes are going to be in the mix for top positions. I mean, some of these athletes are, you know, like Brittany Hudak, a Paralympic medalist from the 2022 Beijing Olympics. So great to have them as part of the able-bodied events here at the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Championships. As we see 45 go up that first climb, that's Tessa Quinn Crook of Nakurtok Nordic. Okay, now we're starting to see some of our athletes lapping through and coming up that climb. That was number 11. Just on that climb, that was Elizabeth Dubé of Hondo Laurentide. Now we're cutting back to the top of the course. This is after about 2.5 kilometers of climbing, go to the top of the course. And the start gates right now, this is 49, Iona Cadell of Caledonia Nordic in Prince George, British Columbia, another one of our U20 athletes. We've got 3 races in one, U20, senior, and university categories competing today for our men and women. But it's our women on course right now. Again, this is the top of the course. And one thing you start to see in these interval start races is you are racing by yourself, but if you can catch someone that's maybe lapped through and is skiing just a little bit faster pace, you can tag onto them. That looks like 31 coming to the top of the climb. So 31 at the top of the climb, that is Shiloh Rousseau of Nakurtok Nordic. Yeah, you start to get some kind of packing together of skiers in these interval start races, and you can luck out if you can catch that right ride from a skier that's maybe, you know, on their first lap, they're a little fresher and they can set a pace, and you can kind of gauge yourself off that. So we got 23 coming to the top of the course. That's Annika from Toby Creek Nordic. Now on the start line, Anna Semenik from Nakurtok Nordic, another U20 athlete. Yeah, just a note, as you heard over the intercom there, over the PA at Canmore, this is the first event for our senior and U20 athletes. So they're just starting to test their legs here in Canmore, as we've got 52 Anna Semenik from Nakurtok Nordic starting out. So just looking at our lap times right now, Hannah Wilsey of the Harvard Crimson out front, 14:12 after 5 kilometers of her 10K race. Also, you can follow along on zone4.ca. You can follow along on the live timing there. So if you're not able to tune in on the live stream, you can follow along on Zone 4 with the live timing. See the lap splits, see our top finishers. Okay, so there we've got 51 starting their first lap and 15 starting their second lap. So 51 is Hannah Stadnik. Hannah with Saskatoon Nordic and also skis for the Rocky Mountain Racers. And we're just looking now at the top of the course. I think that is 34, I think, at the top of the course. That's Luca Anna Palasti of Hungary. Yeah, there we go. That is 34. That is Luca Anna from Hungary at the top of the course, looking pretty solid here. This is after 2.5 kilometers of climbing. Okay, and this is number 4. So that's Anna Goodwin on her second lap. So we're going to start having some finishers come in very, very shortly. Still showing in the results Hannah Wilsley as our top lap time. And we've got 31 just lapping through, just coming down that descent. They'll be going through the lap lane. That is Shiloh Russo, Nakurtalk. Nakurtalk, one of the largest clubs in Canada. They've had some great results over the year, often winning the aggregate overall club award. There's Shiloh Russo. So she's finishing her first lap. The veteran from Nakurtalk. So now starting, number 58, Jenna Price of Fondue Laurentide. One of our Quebec athletes. So we're getting a halfway point for our starters. Again, 106 starters for our women's race. 2 laps of the 5K course. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have our first finisher coming in. This should be Hannah Wilsley coming in shortly. Yeah, Hannah Wilsley from the Harvard Crimson. She set the best time so far at 5K, and she is going to be our first finisher. The Minneapolis athlete now competing as a first-year college athlete in the U.S. Yeah, so Hannah had the best time so far at 5K, but she was our first starter, and we've got lots of top athletes still to come. Again, the way the start order works, you've got your lower ranked athletes first, then your higher ranked athletes, and that's based on Canadian points. So some of our international athletes that don't have Canadian points did race at the start, so such as Hannah Wilsley. Okay, now we've got, this should be Clara Lake coming into the finish for the Harvard Crimson. So Clara, second year sophomore for the Harvard Crimson. I think we got about 7 Harvard athletes racing today in our women's and men's races. This is a great shot. You can see the athletes just coming down that long climb after going under Renner's Bridge. And they're either lapping through or coming into the finish. And we've got, just coming up that first climb is number 60. That's Stella Duncan. Stella was actually one of the Canadian team members for the University Games that were held in Italy this year. So Stella Duncan now on course. We're starting to get into some of the higher ranked athletes. I think Stella Duncan, very strong skier from Club Chelsea Nordiq, also races with the Rocky Mountain Racers. So expect her to be setting one of the top times here today. So right now, Hannah Wilsley with the best time at the finish with a time of 29 minutes and 4 seconds. And here's Anna Goodwin coming into the finish. Anna of the Hollyburn Ski Club. So Hannah just finishing up her 10K. And we should see not too long. Yeah, and there we go. You can see Brittany Hudak, one of our Para Nordic Olympic medalists, coming into the finish, and just the incredible core strength and core stability that an athlete just skiing with one pole has to have that good a technique. And you can just see at the bottom of your screen, there we go. Brittany Hudak, Paralympic medalist, coming into the finish. Unreal technique. Just so beautiful to see Brittany Hudak coming across the finish line, completing her 10K interval start race. And we got number 65 on the start gate. That's Madeline Gallick from the Strathcona Nordics and the BC ski team. Strathcona Nordic up at Mount Washington on Vancouver Island. Yeah, always interesting skiing at Mount Washington, cross-country skiing. The waxing is always very, very interesting with the high moisture content snow that they get up on Mount Washington. Okay, number 66, this is Bronwyn Williams of cross-country Ottawa, another veteran skier. He's had some great results over the years. There we go, Bronwyn Williams on course. Okay, so if you're just joining us, this is our interval start races, free technique for U20 senior and university categories. This is our women on course right now, 109 women competing. We've had a little over 60 starters so far, and our men will be competing this afternoon. It's a beautiful day in Canmore. It's just below freezing, so pretty fast, pretty ideal conditions here in Canmore. As we see Bronwyn Williams making this climb, the veteran skier, just starting first climb of the first lap. And this, we're just showing the top of the course. Didn't quite catch that number. We've got our next athlete coming to the top. That looks like 47. That would be Marianne Hiro from Skibec, one of our U20 athletes. U20 is 2005 year of birth and later. And you start to see some packs forming. That's one of our Saskatchewan athletes just coming up. And this is the top of the course here in Canmore. And there's Emma Archibald, one of our Para Nordic athletes, no poles. Again, look at that technique. I mean, just think about the core stability that's needed. You know, just skiing without poles is one challenge. Then put yourself at altitude on a really, really tough course with 2.5 kilometers of climbing. That's the top. So Emma Archibald, an excellent technique. And here we've got 41 starting to lap through. Lakehead University athlete. That's Lauren Pinault. We've got our university, U20 and senior categories on course right now. Okay, and here we've got, looks like number 10 coming in. They'll be finishing their race, the number 7. So number 10, looking with like a strong race here. That's Lappy Nordic's Ruth Zavitz. She's just coming up that final climb, and she's coming to the finish, and she caught the skier that started a minute and a half in front of her. So this is Ruth Zavitz coming into the finish, one of our U20 athletes. A strong finish for the Lappy Nordic skier. And we've got number 7 coming in, Sean Hope Craig of North Bay Nordic and Nipissing University. But very strong race there by Ruth Zavitz of Lappy Nordic. But still, we've got our best time at lap 1 and at the finish is Hannah Wilsey of the Harvard Crimson. Now, our U.S. athletes, they can race here, but they don't qualify for a national championship victory, but they can compete, and they often come up here just for the great competition and the great venue here in Canmore. Okay, we got number 74 on the start line. That is Beth Marchand from Team Hardwood and also races for Carleton University. Okay, so we're getting into, almost our final 30 starters, and these are going to be some of our top seeds. Some of the athletes we're watching for. Number 81, Norwegian athlete, recently had some top 5 finishes at the NCAA. So 81, Leah Venus is going to be probably our first, what I'd say our real heavy hitters. So 81 is one of the athletes we'll watch for. 75 just starting, Virginie Magnon of Skibec, and we've got number 76, Emmanuelle Simard, also of Skibec, and she is a University of Laval athlete, Rouge et Or. Laval has had some great results on the university in the university category over the years at nationals. There we've got 43 just going up that first climb, so they're starting their second lap. That's Anna Shatterton, and you can see 74, Beth Marchand, just really going strong up that climb. Then we've got number 9. That is Raphael Lafrance from Skibec coming into the finish. And this looks like 17 coming in. I'm not sure if that's, number 12. Yeah, that looks, that makes more sense. Jade Gamache Thibault of Fondor Laurentide coming in. There we've got a pack forming at the top of the climb. Yeah, you can see some of those skiers on their second lap, some on their first. So this is the top of this 5K loop, 5K lap. We've got more athletes coming in. Looks like Emma Archibald just coming through the lap lane. Yeah, you can see Emma Archibald, no poles. She'll be heading out for another 5K. Emma Archibald with the Scotia Cross Country Club in Nova Scotia, and also part of the Canadian Para Nordic team. So a beautiful day here in Canmore, and we're just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with the 2025 Ski Nationals.
Yeah, I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, I'm start with $1 million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that we are set for life. Yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know what they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it. I've been good to my habits, so I gotta do it, man. I tell them to map this, cause I've been really good, man. I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I.
One system after another.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Ski Nationals, as we had number 83, Emmanuelle Moreau from Mont-Saint-Anne head out. Just before them, we had Megan Labelle of Mont-Saint-Anne, and also Leah Venus, number 81. She headed out just a little while ago. She had a 4th place finish at the NCAA finals just a couple weeks ago. So Leah Venus, one of the athletes to watch for, number 81, as we've got 84 on the start line. Another athlete to watch for, Helen McCullough, one of our Canadian World University Games athletes. In fact, she won a university championship last year at the Nakurtok Nationals. So Helen McCullough on course, number 84 from Canada Nordic, the Ontario ski team. So we're really getting into the heavy hitters. And here's Katja Semenek, part of the Canadian World Under 23 team that competed in Italy this year. So yeah, definitely we're into our final 20 some starters, and we are definitely into the top seeded athletes. Number 86 on the start line, that's Tabitha Williams. So Tabitha Williams, she is from Canmore, but she competes for Great Britain because of her dual citizenship. So, and she's had some great results. In fact, she was 19th at the World Under 23 Championships in the 10K skate. So Tabitha Williams, definitely one of the favorites here today. She also skis for University of Alaska at Fairbanks. So she is a Great Britain athlete, so she wouldn't qualify for a national championship, but certainly a favorite for a top time today. Now on the start line, number 87, Ruby Soroya of Revelstoke Nordic. She also trains at the Pierre Harvey Training Center. So she is a U20 athlete, definitely an athlete to watch for our U20 results. Yeah, we're less than 20 starters now, and these are all athletes that I think have a potential for a podium finish in either U20 or in the senior category or in the university categories. And there we've got Tabitha Williams making her way up the first climb. She's a Great Britain athlete, but she is from Canmore. She knows this course really, really well. Very strong skate skier. And if you're wondering about the Great Britain team, why they have such a good program, I mean, they've really partnered with the Norwegian trade team, and they've got some great coaches, great training, and they've done really well. The Great Britain team, they had a top 10 finish in the relay at the World Championships this year in Norway for the men. Yeah, so our starters, we're going to be going through pretty much the cream of the crop over the next 10 minutes or so, eight or 9 minutes at the start, with so many great athletes. We've got past national champions, past U20 champions coming up here for our final 15 to 20 starters here for our women's 10K freestyle interval start here in Canmore, Alberta. Okay, coming across the finish line, this is number 22. That's Madeleine Fortin of CCUNC. So looking at the results, we still have Hannah Wilsey of the Harvard Crimson with the best time, 29 minutes and 4 seconds. She was our first starter, but I think we're going to start to see some of these best lap times start to fall. In fact, Bria Bridge, our 57th starter, has set the best time after lap 1, 13:45. So definitely we're now getting into our top skiers as we've got 92 on the start line. That is Hannah Shields, the veteran Hannah Shields from Cross Country Ottawa. Great skier. She's had some great results over the year. Hannah Shields on course. And here is one of our World Junior team athletes from Whitehorse. This is Constance Lapointe. She is also a U20 athlete. Definitely one of our favorites for the U20 category today. She's earned the nickname the Whitehorse Workhorse. Very, very strong skier. And there we go, Constance Lapointe on course now. Okay, so still sitting with our best time at the finish, Hannah Wilsey, 29:04, and our best split at 5K, Bria Bridge of Telemark Nordic, 13:45. As we show the top of the course now. Okay, there we've got number 95. That is Anna Stewart. Anna Stewart of the Nakurtalk Nordic team, trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy, and now with the University of Denver. So Anna Stewart, she was on the World Junior team a couple years ago in Whistler. She participated in the Minneapolis World Cup last year. So Anna Stewart now on course, as we've got about 11 starters to go here for our women's category for the 10K freestyle interval start. U20, senior, and university categories racing today. And we can see just coming up the climb there is Tabitha Williams, definitely one of the favorites today, looking completely in control on that really tough climb. That's about 1.5 kilometers into this lap. Tabitha Williams looking strong so far, one of the favorites we're watching today. There we've got 98 on the start line, another one of our favorites, Amelia Wells. She finished 32nd at the World Under 23 Championships in this event, the 10K skate. So Amelia Wells, one of our top under 23 skiers. She is from Strathcona Nordics, Mount Washington, on Vancouver Island, and with the Alberta World Cup Academy. So Amelia Wells on course. So 98, another one of the skiers that we're watching today here in this 10K skate for the women. She's a senior woman. We just saw 68 coming up the climb, Emmanuel Paquette. She's a U20 skier. She was also on the Canadian World University Games team. And here we have Leah Wrights from the Rocky Mountain Racers coming up the climb. And there you can see Amelia Wells coming up that climb. Great power on that first climb, but always hard to tell on that first climb. Everyone can look great on that first climb. It's a question of where you are, at the top of the course or on your second lap at the top of the course. But Amelia Wells of the Strathcona Nordics team in BC. And there we've got number 32 coming across the finish line, Erin Dunn of Nakurtalk Nordic. So just getting an update on our time. So Bria Bridge with the best lap time at 5K. Emmanuel Paquette, we just talked about, the second best lap time at 5K, but still about 40 starters to come after them. Here we've got 39. Just coming up that climb, that was Catherine McIntosh. Here we've got, coming into the finish, 39. Catherine McIntosh of Nakurtalk Nordic and the Rocky Mountain Racers. So just coming, I think, to the top of the climb. This should be Katja Semenik. I think number 85. We're just watching. So again, this is at the top of the course here on the 5K loop. So that's one of the Alberta World Cup Academy athletes. I think that may have been Amelia Wells just coming to the top of that climb. So we can see, yeah, Amelia Wells just coming to the top of the climb, very, very close at the 2.5K point. Yeah, look, we're seeing some of the top names kind of show up there. You can see on that, that looks like a 2.5K checkpoint. Leah Venus, the Norwegian, Amelia Wells, Tabitha Williams. I think that might have been Katja Semenek that we had. That was 85, I think. Yeah, I think that was 85 coming to the top of the climb. And that's Emma Archibald, one of our Para Nordic athletes, just coming to the top of the course on her second lap. So some of the numbers we're watching for: Tabitha Williams, number 86. Number 95, Anna Stewart. Number 98, Amelia Wells. Number 81, Leah Venus. Number 85, Katja Semenek. Just looking at our top lap time. So Bria Bridge still with the best lap time at 5K. Anna Wilsey, the top time at the finish right now, 29:04. Yeah, so now you can start to see the athletes grouping together in packs. You know, it's easy. The psychology of an interval start is so interesting, right? You're kind of in your head, and it's easy to just think about how hard, how painful it is. But you've got to recognize that everyone else is going through that, and you've got to just, you know, focus, have the right mantras, have the right cue words, just focus on what you can control. And we just had Kate Mason from Nakertok Nordic come into the finish. Yeah, definitely the psychology of interval starts, so critical. You've got the pacing, but also recognizing that, you know, it's not just you that's hurting, it's everyone that is just in total agony as they're going up those big climbs here in Canmore. Now we've got a couple athletes coming in together. We've got 53 and 49. Great race by 53. They've caught the person that started 2 minutes in front of them, and that is Emma Chepklova of Foothills Nordic that just came in, number 53. Also 57, Bria Bridge. So Bria Bridge just coming in. She had our best time at 5K. So I think Bria Bridge just came in, number 57, if I've got that right. So I think Bria Bridge will have our new best time at the finish once we get our times updated. There should be Constance Lapointe, the White Horse athlete. One of our, I think, World Junior athletes or World U23 athletes just coming up. Now we've got 93 coming to the top of the course. That's Constance Lapointe. Yeah, Constance Lapointe just going over the top of the course. She's on her first lap. Here we go. This is Bria Bridge coming in. Number 57, Bria Bridge coming in. She was holding the best lap time at 5K. So we should see her with the new best time. Bria Bridge, number 57 of Telemark Nordic. And she also skis for Harvard. So she's a Canadian skiing for the Harvard Crimson. Great race by Bria Bridge. I think our leader right now, 4 finishers, but we still have another 50 or so finishers to come after her. And there's Emma Archibald, one of our Para Nordic athletes. She raced yesterday, she raced 2 days ago, and now racing today here in the able-bodied 10K interval free technique race. So now we've got coming to the top of the course, Amelia Wells, one of our favorites here. Amelia from the Strathcona Nordics and also trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. She's number 98. Yeah, there we go. That's Amelia Wells, I think just coming up there. Amelia with the World Under 23 team for Team Canada this year. Competitions in Italy, and she was 32nd in the world in the 10K skate, so definitely one of our favorites today. And we've got coming to the finish, 52. That is Anna Semenuk from Nakrtok Nordic, one of our U20 athletes. So Bria Bridge right now has our best time at the finish, 28:05. But now we're starting to get some faster lap times. We got Louison Dubiff and Ruby Soroya have come in with faster lap times at 5K. Here's number 59 coming into the finish. It's Vilda Borseth of Canmore Nordic. Okay, now we should see Leah Venus. She's one of our top skiers here. Now, she is a Norwegian skier. She also skis with University of Denver, but she recently had a 4th place finish at the NCAA Championship. So definitely on very strong form. Definitely one of the skiers we're looking for a best time, but she can't qualify for an actual Canadian overall championship as she's not Canadian, but a very strong skier. And she's skiing with the Sovereign Lake Nordic team here in Canada. And just getting an update on time. So currently our best time at the finish in the hot seat is Bria Bridge of Telemark Nordic. She was our 57th starter, but we're definitely getting some lap times coming in that are faster than her lap times. We got quite a few more finishers to come in as we got 54. And now here comes 64. That is Hayden McJunkin from Harvard, another one of our Harvard athletes. And here comes number 60, Stella Duncan, one of the World University Games team members. A beautiful day here in Canmore. I think we have all of our starters are now on course. 106 starters for our women, U20, senior, and university categories. Bria Bridge from Telemark Nordic in the hot seat right now, but still probably another 45 to 50 finishers to come in. Yeah, and we're starting to see some of our final starters make to the top of the course. That looked like Eliane Tremblay of Ski Beck coming to the top of the course. And Bria Bridge in the hot seat with best time so far, 28:05. Louison Dubiff from Fernie Nordic has the best lap time right now at 5K. but still probably another 15 or so to come through that 5K checkpoint as we've got more finishers coming in. So we've got 66 and 67 come in. That's Bronwyn Williams and Clara Barrington-Craggs. Also 68 and 69 coming at that final climb. So 69, that's Leah Wrights of the Rocky Mountain Racers and Emmanuel Paquette of Monteriski. Two very experienced skiers coming in. Here's 65 coming in. This is Madeline Gaelic from Strathcona Nordics and the BC ski team. This is the top of the course. Oh, you can see it's starting to struggle. You know, you've got to get to the top here, and then you've got about just under 2.5 kilometers of rolling descent to the finish. So this is really where you got to push hard to the top of the climb. Okay, so we should see, I think, Leah Venus come to the top, one of our international skiers. She skis for University of Denver, and there we go, Lena Venus of Norway and the University of Denver coming to the top of the climb. She was one of the skiers we were watching today. Okay, so just looking at our times now, just looking at our different categories. So U20 women, our top time is Bria Bridge. For senior women, our top time is Shiloh Rousseau at 26:54. I'm just looking at our best lap time. So Tabitha Williams and Leah Venus had our best 5K times for our senior women. Tabitha Williams and Leah Venus are both international skiers. So it looks like our best lap time for Canadian skiers right now . Here we've got 80 and 84 coming in. Mia Smith of Georgia Nordic and Helen McGulloch of Canada Nordic, the Ontario ski team. And also in there, Tabitha Williams just coming in. So Tabitha Williams now with, it looks like a new best time, 26:09. The Canmore athlete, but now racing for Great Britain. I don't believe she qualifies for a national championship, but we'll try and confirm that. Here comes, we've got 83 or 85 and 80 coming in. That's Katja Semenik. And also in there, I think that was Emmanuel Moreau. Right now we're showing new best time, Tabitha Williams, the Canmore athlete. But also great, looking at also some of our senior women, Shiloh Rousseau with a great time, Imogen Nadler-Smith from Rocky Mountain Racers, originally from the Turtle Mountain area in Manitoba. She's sitting with the third best time right now for our senior athletes. She also races with the Rocky Mountain Racers team. Okay, so another athlete we're watching, particularly in that U20 category, is Constance Lapointe. Constance Lapointe, one of our best times, but not quite our best time at the 5K point. So what we've got here on our time leaderboard, we've got a mix of senior and U20 athletes. That was Constance Lapointe coming to the top of the climb. Now Anna Stewart, another U20 athlete. Now she races for the University of Denver, but she is a Canadian citizen. So Anna Stewart, seeing if she can set one of the top times. Here we've got 89 coming in and 88. So that's Louison Dubiff. Not sure if I've got that pronunciation right, but Louison, very, very fast time. She may have moved into our best time for our under 20 category. Bria Bridge had the best time, but Louison had a faster 5K lap time. So Louison looks like she races for the Alberta World Cup Academy. She likely is our new best time for under 20. Here we've got 90 coming in. This is Marley Molinaro. Races for the University of Alaska at Anchorage. She's originally from Revelstoke Nordic and also trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. So some of the skiers we're watching for at the finish, 95, Anna Stewart, 98, Amelia Wells. They're looking to take a top time in the senior women's category. We're just waiting for an update on the times, but I believe Louison has set the best time. But Annika Wallen, our last starter, number 106, she's right in the mix as well for that under 20 category. And in our senior women, it's Tabitha Williams in the lead, but she is a Great Britain athlete, I believe. And Leah Venice from Norway, she is sitting in second. Shiloh Rousseau sitting in third. But Amelia Wells looking to unseat those skiers. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, she had the best time at 5K. So Amelia Wells, definitely one of the skiers we're watching for to not only win the Canadian Championship, but potentially win amongst our international skiers as well. But it was just a second difference between Amelia Wells and Tabitha Williams at the 5K point. And again, Annika Wallen is definitely in the running here in our U20 category. She's our final starter 106. And if you're just joining us, this is our women's 10K interval start, U20, senior, and university categories racing. Constance Lapointe, one of our U20 athletes. And here we go, Constance Lapointe coming in. She's one of our U20 athletes. Can she move into a top 3 position for U20? She was part of the U20, I believe the U20 World Championship team. And here comes Amelia Wells. Can she set a new best time? Amelia Wells coming in, and it is a new best time for Amelia Wells. She is going to be, it looks like, our Canadian champion. Amelia Wells of the Alberta World Cup Academy has come in with the current best time. She's from the Strathcona Nordics team up on Mount Washington, a smile on her face. She currently has the best time by 15 seconds over Tabitha Williams and Leah Venus. Amelia Wells, one of the favorites. We interviewed her at the start of the day, and she has delivered here at Canmore Nordic Centre, getting the fist bump. Yes, Amelia Wells, she had the best time by a second at 5K, and now the best time at the finish for our senior women by 15 seconds. We've seen her on the World Cup circuit. We've seen her at the World Under-23 Championships, where she had some great races. And now at the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals, Amelia Wells, unofficially our senior women's champion in the 10K skate, as she poses with Tabitha Williams, the Canmore athlete there who had the second best time, and then the Norwegian Leah Venus, third best time. We're still watching that U20 category. Louison, you can see Louison is number 5 on your screen, but she is the top U20 athlete right now. But we've got at least Annika Wallen, also Sofia Giagrande, Carly Ram, are skiers that could maybe unseat Louison for that U20 national championship here at the Canmore Nordic Centre. And Amelia Wells, the winner, unofficial winner of our senior women's national championship here in Canmore. We've got 99, Carly Ram coming in, another one of our U20 skiers. Can she challenge Louison in that? Looks like she might be out of that time now. Looks like Carly Ram cannot challenge for the U20 win, but she maybe can challenge for a podium finish as Carly Ram comes in ahead of Constance Lapointe. Now we've got a couple more skiers coming in, 97 and 98 coming in. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. 97 was Sophia Jensen coming in. We had Carly Ram, that's number 99 coming in, battling for a podium in the U20 category. So it sounds like Carly has moved into second spot. And here we've got 100 coming in. This is Maura Green of Caledonia Nordic. So just looking at our top results for senior women, Amelia Wells, Tabitha Williams, Leah Venus, Shiloh Russo, Helen McGulloch, Katja Semenek, Marley Molinaro, Imogen Adler-Smith, Sienna Brennan-Rabb, and Anna Stewart, your current top 10. Also keeping an eye on our U20 category, which is Louison is in the lead right now, Louison Dubiff. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name, but Louison is leading our U20 category right now, but still a handful of skiers to come in particular, Annika Wallen as a skier that potentially could unseat Louison for that top U20 position. And Annika is our 106 starter. Our final starters, we've got 102 coming in. Sophia Giagrande. Also 104, Eliane Tremblay. they are battling for top 10 positions in our, there we go. Eliane Tremblay has now, looks like, set a new best time. I'm just checking if she is a, she would be a senior athlete. So she is a senior athlete, not a U20 athlete, if I've done my calculations right, but still a solid placing in 5th place. I believe Louison is still our U20 leader. It's 2005 and later years for our U20 athletes. Now we're waiting for Annika Wallen. Can Annika Wallen unseat Louison for that U20 national championship? Annika is 106. And we've got Amelia Wells, our senior women's champion. But we're just keeping an eye on Annika Wallen. There we got Amelia Wells celebrating her win. We had an interview with her earlier in the day, and she's taken the win here today for our senior women. So just looking at our U20 skiers, our top skiers so far: Louison Dubuif, Constance Lapointe, Bria Bridge, Ruby Soroya, Emmanuel Paquette, Hannah Wilsey, Emmanuel Moreau. And here comes 103, Maeve McLeod of Revelstoke Nordic. She's one of our U20 athletes, and she's going to come in overall amongst our U20 and senior women in 28th spot. And this is 105, Sarah Cullinan from Big Thunder Nordic. And this is 106, Annika Wallen trying to challenge Louison for the U20 National Championship. And she's not going to quite do it. So it is going to be Louison, our U20 national champion for under 20. That's all official. Everything I say is unofficial. I'm just going off the unofficial results. Louison, our top time for U20, and it looks like Carly Ram in 2nd, and Sophia Giagrande has just come in. She was 102. She's come in with the 3rd best time, bumping Constance Lapointe to 4th. So Louison, your U20 women's national champion, 10K skate, and Amelia Wells, your senior women's national champion. And there we've got Annika Wallen, Sarah Cullinan, and Amelia Wells, 3 Alberta World Cup Academy athletes. Yeah, Louison Dubuif in 1st place. Unofficially, Carly Ram 2nd, Sophia Giagrande in 3rd, Constance Lapointe 4th, Bria Bridge in 5th for our U20 women, 10K interval start. And in our senior women, Amelia Wells, Tabitha Williams, and Leah Venice in 3rd spot. Those are your top 3. And there you're just showing the results from our combined U20 women and senior women here. Day 3 of competition at the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. So we're just going to take a short break from the action, and we'll be right back with the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals.
dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, it's out with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cut to my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I thought I don't math this. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I...
One system after another continues to batter.
This is all part of a series of storms threatening power outages and ferry cancellations.
As weather warnings pepper the province, Avalanche Canada forecasters also tell us
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
So no one in a standing category has 100%. Because technically, it is a standard to VI. So standing doesn't start at 100 because VI is technically, they kind of link the two of them, but not perfectly. Because even a VI outright is still about 4%, 5% faster. So it's like, yeah, and then the 15% for females is not. We could see it in the spring.
Hey Eric, radio check.
It is. Just a sec. Go ahead. Probably talking in radio. From what I believe, what the data showed, because they crunched all the numbers, some university took it all apart, it was more like 11%. The harder one, which was an interesting question to ask, was double polars, like so sit skiers versus standing the relay set, right? So right now they get a 12% bonus as a sit skier. The question was, and they posed it, is do we have to give them 12%? Because like Mark, with a single arm versus a sit skier who's double bowling, is actually not that far apart. And then they're like, oh, fuck, you don't even know where to start with. They in theory, they said you would actually have to separate out.
What you should do is take the best
percentage,
build out like the best in the world with like one arm, like the best in the world is like
yeah,
over here, the same distance should be
but the issue is even at that rate, like Mark versus another LW6 is vastly different, right? So then you're talking about instilling one percentage that works for one Mark versus Pavlo Ball. Yes, that's
so they should hire like and
yeah, but that's what
it is or something and try to do like real calculation based on like physics and everything. So like just look like I'm very that's but really realistic. Yeah, it's exactly percentage because I did a year effect.
So like there is this is the second university level study they've done. And they actually presented all the numbers to a committee in the fall, but the committee decided not to take any.
So yeah,
they like it disproved all the percentages. Everybody had a wrong percentage. Some sitting, standing, and VI was this because they changed the LW2 class or the NS2. They changed the characteristics, so it's actually closer to 1 than it used to be to 3. So that was a stab in the dark, which they're going to change in the spring, based on data, but they would not change sitting and standing, even though they have definitive proof from 2 studies the numbers are wrong.
Yeah, because the person is it's so much more so it's kind of compensating too for
well, yeah, so like the question that was asked about the relay is a very interesting one, right? Because for our relay, right, we have to make a total percentage. But with that percentage, you have to find the best real-time stuff, not actually the ones that make the event, right? Because there's a trade-off. You can take someone like a sitting 60, gain 27% off, right? So they're really good in percentage. If they're not fast in real time, they don't help them. Yeah. Because it's a real-time rate. But we use the factors to make sure we're trying to and you have to find real-time quickness. So it's a very, I love it. I'm not a mathematician, but I do love it because like it's a puzzle. Yeah. But yeah, you have to find real-time speed that is effective, and that's
beyond grateful for their support with the major sport grant, event grant. Canmore Canada Ski's tourism and recovery zone and One Wellness in Canmore. Town of Canmore, who is our main sponsor for Wednesday for today's race day, and Talus Lodge as well.
I want to try this.
Our silver sponsors is Trail Sports Ski Store, Canada's Best Ski Shop, just here at the Nordiq Centre. Come check out Canada's best selection of performance ski equipment and best expertise. Trail Sports has been a long-time supporter of local Nordic skiers, local ski clubs, providing sponsorships, providing discounts, and providing extra support with equipment to local skiers, local clubs, and really fostering this relationship between the local ski club and the athletes. They have end of the season sale on right now with some amazing discounts on all your favorite ski brands. And they also host, this is a new thing, it's in its, I think it's in the third season here, Masters Performance Ski Clubs. So similar to what you might have familiar with from Sovereign and Silver Star area, we have similar ski camps here at the Nordiq Centre, hosted by Trail Sports. Thank you so much, Trail Sports, for supporting the Canmore Nordic Ski Club and National Championships. I also would like to say that the race course is now closed. Le parcours est fermé. On a 10 minutes avant le départ des U20 and Open Homme catégorie dans les distances de 10 km, tout autour de 5 km. Même parcours qu'on a vu pour les compétitions des femmes. La prochaine compétition commence à midi. Le parcours est maintenant fermé. Thank you so much for bronze level sponsors, Fairmont Hotels, Baker Tilly, Viewpoint Optical, Rocky Mountain Soap, our local founded and amazing soap company, Winsport, based out of Calgary, Rossignol, and our community partners, TV Plus. They gave away a pair of posts yesterday to some lucky winner, the brand new Tornado Light Carbon Titan ski poles. We also want to thank our community partners such as Rundle Physio, Spring Creek, Canadian Tire here in Canmore, Pika, Property Management, The Lodge on the Bow, Sheepdog Brewery, Shops of Canmore, McKellarney, Century 21, Stone Waters, Garmin, Bella, DWC Framing, Maxwell Realty, the Alberta World Cup Society, Rocky Mountain, Outlook, Edelweiss, Village and Resort, BCom Solutions, Beam Radiology, Rotary Club, Swix, Fisher and Jumbo. We have food donors today as well, Salmon Foods, once again snacks for volunteers, and all the snacks you see at the finish line. If you're a racer, you're gonna have some nice Gatorade and some snacks at courtesy of Salomon. Pineapple Pizza is again delivering all the pizza on Wednesday. Canada has generously donated $600 of Powerade and body armor. Corner Store Catering, the cafe in the main level of the Nordiq Centre Gala. Old Dutch little chicken bags, we got about 400 of them. Thank you so much.
Welcome et bienvenue to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals in Canmore, Alberta, brought to you by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. It is day 3 of competition today. We have on tap the 10K freestyle interval start race for the U20 senior and university categories, and it is the men racing this afternoon. We had the women race earlier, and it was Amelia Wells taking a national championship for the senior women, and it was Louison Dubief taking the U20 national championship for the women. So we've got on tap here, we've got 129 men racing the 10K interval start. So you can see all the racers lining up, and the way it works is we have our lower categorized or lower ranked skiers go first, and then we move gradually up to our top ranked skiers in that final section. So we're right around a minute to start. There we go, right under the Salomon banner. We've got our men lining up. Again, it's 2 times a 5-kilometer course. The 5-kilometer course, it's about 2.5K stair-step climbs all the way to the top of the course, and then an undulating descent back into the stadium. And they're going to do that twice for 10K. Again, 129 starters coming up, and we are just moments away from our first starter here. Again, this is the 10K interval start, free technique for the senior men, U20 men, and our university men as well. So 3 races in 1, and we are under 30 seconds to start. Our first starter, 111, is Isaac Becker, one of our U.S. athletes. We've got many countries represented, and Isaac from the Montana Endurance Academy out of Bozeman, Montana, and he will be the first starter on the day. And there we go. Isaac has launched here in the men's 10K in Canmore, Alberta. Isaac now on course. And again, it's a stair-step climb, about 4 or 5 climbs, depending on how tired you feel, up to the top of the course, and then the descent, kind of an undulating descent down into the stadium. And again, they're going to do that twice. Okay, next up, number 112 out of Scotland and Huntley Nordic, it's Cameron Cruikshank. And a little bit of a stumble at the start, but he's underway. Of course, Huntley Nordic is where Andrew Musgrave and Andrew Young hail from, 2 excellent Scottish and Great Britain skiers that battled out at the recent World Championships. And I think Muzzy had a top 6, I think, in the 50K, if I recall correctly. So great to have a Scottish athlete here in Canmore. Next up, another international athlete. It's Edwin Ryerson from the Harvard Crimson, a American university athlete, originally from Aspen. So he is on course. We saw a bunch of the Harvard athletes racing earlier today. Harvard on their spring break right now, and they wanted to extend their season. The coach brought up about 7 skiers from the Harvard team up to Canmore to do some racing, extend their season. And here we've got another international athlete, Nathan Marseille, a French athlete, skis for Courchevel, but now with the University of Laval. So we have 2 Americans, a Scot, and and a Frenchman on course for our first 4 skiers. So an international race. There's 10 countries represented this week at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. Now, those international athletes can't qualify to win the Canadian Championship, but they still can compete, and they can still battle for prize money. And then we had another Harvard Crimson athlete, Cyrus Hamlin, head out on the course. He's a sophomore with the Harvard Crimson. Okay, next up, 116 from the Rocky Mountain Racers. It's Lance Sikora. And Lance, actually, if I'm not mistaken, competed at the FISU Games, the World University Games, in biathlon. So our first 6 starters on course. Again, 129 starters coming up. It's the free technique 10K, 2 times the 5K course. And this is just the first climb coming out of the stadium. And it's pretty grueling. That first 2.6 kilometers, it's pretty steady climbing, just a little bit of slight relief here and there, but pretty hard stair-step climb to the top of the course. here for the 5K lap, 10K in total. Next up, oh, and look at this. Next up, 118, Mark Ahrens in the start gate. Mark Ahrens, the flag bearer at the 2018 Pyeongchang closing ceremonies for the Paralympics. He had 6 medals in Pyeongchang and 4 Paralympic medals in Beijing. So Mark Ahrens, one of our Para Nordic athletes, will be battling with the able-bodied athletes today. So a great Canadian champion and Canadian hero. And there you go. You can see the one pole, Mark Ahrens, and he's just fresh off winning the Para Biathlon World Cup. So a real nice touch to have Mark Ahrens, originally from PEI, now trains with the Rocky Mountain Racers and the Canadian Para Nordic team. He is racing today. So again, great to have Mark on the course today and battling in the national championships. Our next starter, you see him in the screen there, 119, Sam Griffin of the Hollyburn Ski Club. Hollyburn Ski Club out of the Vancouver area, and also Sam Griffin, part of the UBC, University of British Columbia Thunderbirds. So we got our university categories racing today, and if you want a good social media follow, the UBC Thunderbirds on Instagram. They produce some awesome content. So check out the UBC Thunderbirds ski team on Instagram. So we've had Ethan Ertz from North Bay Nordic and Nipissing University head out on course, number 120.
Yeah, Morgan, you're live.
And there's 121, Tim Bernard, and he is also from the Montana Endurance Academy out of Bozeman, Montana. So we have a lot of Americans coming up to race in Canmore, and we see that, whenever we have a NORAM or national championships in Canmore, a lot of the athletes from the U.S., some of the university teams come up. It's usually just after their NCAA championships, and like we talked about with Harvard, they wanted to extend their season, come up to Canmore and get in some really good competition at the Nordiq Canada National Championships. We have Joshua Go from the Hollyburn Ski Club head out on the course. Up next will be Lucas Smith of the Rocky Mountain Racers, now living in Alberta, but originally from Manitoba. So Lucas Smith will be one of our next starters. And we can see at the time check, top left hand of your screen, we've got some time checks. And this is Nathan Marseille, the French skier from the Courchevel Club. He is set the new best time at that first time check, ahead of Cameron Cruikshank and Isaac Becker. So that's the first 4 skiers, all international skiers here in Canmore. Okay, 124 now on course. Caleb Cross from Canmore Nordic and the Biathlon Alberta Training Center. Lots of biathletes in the mix here at the Nordiq Canada National Championships. So up next will be Jeremy Tessier, and also 126 coming up in just under a minute will be Alaric Fish, the veteran from Canmore. He'll be racing at 12:08, so just under a minute. He'll be our next starter, as we see. That should be Jeremy Tessier from Monterusky, just heading out on the course here. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the Canmore Nordic Centre. This is the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals, organized by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. We had our women, senior women and U20 women race earlier today. And we're going to have our men, we're having our men race right now. But before we continue on with the men racing, we've got a short interview with a local Canmore athlete, Micah Steinberg.
Okay, Micah, from Canmore, Calgary area, these courses super well, and you even had the chance to compete in a World Cup on these courses a couple seasons ago. What is your race plan for today?
Yeah, basically trying to conserve a little bit on the first lap. I think it's a long course, it's a lot of climbing, so really trying to test yourself a little bit on the first lap and make sure that you don't push too hard on those steeper uphills, trying to work those kind of flatter one skate sections a little bit more for me.
What is your goal for today?
It'd be great to get a top 5. Definitely skate's been my weaker technique this season, but I feel confident being on home courses, so yeah, hopefully up and top of the mix.
And how are the conditions overall?
No, conditions are great. Really lucky to get a bit more fresh snow recently here, and nice and warm today as well. So super firm. Uphills are getting a little bit sugary, but I think it's going to be super fast out there and be sweet.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was Micah Steinberg, a local Canmore Nordic athlete, taking us through a few things here as our senior and U20 men race is underway for the 10K interval start free technique. So we've had our first about 20 starters out of 129. It's something like 129 starters. There's quite a few starters here for our men. And this is the Nordiq Canada 2025 Ski Nationals. We've got 10 countries represented today. We've also got almost 300 athletes across the women and the men. We had the women race earlier today. It was Amelia Wells taking a national championship for senior women. And it was Louison Dubuff to take the U20 women's national championship here in Canmore, Alberta. So you can see we've got just one of the first big climbs, just coming to the top of it. And we've talked earlier today about pacing. And pacing at Canmore is so critical. You're at altitude, and it's easy to get pumped up, get excited. You're at national championships, but you've just got to find that right pace. And just talking about the history of pacing at Canmore, I distinctly remember the 2014 Olympic trials when Brian McKeever, he was trying to make the team for the 2014 Olympics, and first time check, he's about 17th place. The next time check, he's 13th place. The next time check, he's up to 9th. Fourth time check, he's into 6th. Next time check, he's into 2nd. And at the finish, he was in 1st. So Brian McKeever, I remember afterwards, he said, you used some old man pacing to take the win in that Olympic trials race back in 2014. So pacing at Canmore, really, really important. And it's, again, it's easy to get really excited at the start and then, go too hard, go too deep into the reserves, and not able to manage, particularly this first 2.5 kilometers where it's a stair-step climb. You've got to just be able to hold back a little bit, so then when you get to the top, you're right at your limit, and then you're going to recover on the descent back to the stadium. And there we have some of our skiers. That's our first skier about to come through the lap lane. That's Isaac Becker, and right behind him is the Scot, Cameron Cruikshank from Huntley Nordic, the same club as Andrew Musgrave. The excellent Great Britain skier recently took a top 6 at the World Championships in the 50K skate. So there we go, and beautiful background of the Rocky Mountains here in Canmore, Alberta. Just an incredible venue, of course, host of the 1988 Winter Olympics, and also several World Cups over the years, and that 2016 Ski Tour Canada. So just a credible venue when you're surrounded by the mountains here in Canmore. So Cameron Cruikshank is our early best time at 5K. And from Huntley Nordic, that's in Scotland. Now we've got, and look at this, Nathan Marseille, a French skier, is just coming through. He now skis for Laval University. So it looks like Nathan Marseille is going to set the new best time at 5 kilometers. So these are our early starters, some international starters. Nathan Marseille is the top time so far at 5K. But again, we've got some, I think, just trying to do the math. I think we actually have 150 starters. Sorry, 150 starters for our men today. So early moments here in our men's 10K interval start at the National Championships. Another skier that is going to be coming up to start, number 144, Jack Cook, the veteran from the Fast Tracks Run and Ski Club. He was a Canadian national team member in the early 90s. And almost every national championships he's out racing, and he'll be number 144. So that's coming up in a couple minutes. But here's Morgan Young of the Yellowknife Ski Club and Nipissing University, 21 years old. Morgan now on course. And having talked about Jack Cook 144, I don't see him in the start gate, so maybe he's decided he's not quite ready to race today. So Rory Wilson, number 141 from Foothills Nordic in the start gates, and they're going every 30 seconds, 30-second interval starts, 2 times the 5 kilometer course. And again, that 5 kilometer course, stair-step climb for about 2.5 kilometers to the top, and then a undulating rolling descent back to the stadium. And over 150 starters for our men's race. We got 3 races in one: the U20 men, which is years of birth 2005 and later, and our senior men, and also our collegiate men. Current best time right now is Nathan Marseille at the 5K point. That's a French skier, now with University of Laval. This is that first big climb out of the stadium. Really steep climb, and they'll use that climb in the sprints as well. They used that climb in the sprints yesterday for our under 18, under 16 categories, and there we're just seeing at the halfway point. Yeah, you can see descending is Mark Ahrens. You can see the national team jersey, Mark Ahrens in the tuck there. So I think 10-time medalist from the Paralympics, 6 in Pyeongchang, 4 in Beijing. He is racing with the able-bodied athletes, and he's coming in looks like about 5th spot, just fresh off a biathlon, para-biathlon World Cup overall win. There we can see, just coming around through the lap lane, Mark Ahrens, a Canadian champion and a Canadian hero. And you can just see him on the left-hand part of your screen heading out for his second lap. Okay, so it does look like no show for Jack Cook, the veteran skier, not racing today. But next up, we've got Reese Critchlow from the Hollyburn Ski Club in the Vancouver area. So a beautiful day here in Canmore, Alberta, and we are going to take a short break and be right back with the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals.
dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, I start with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cutting my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them to map this. Cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals here in Canmore, Alberta. A beautiful day, and we're right now in the 10K men's interval start. Free technique race, both the senior men and the U20 men and the university men as well racing right now. The women raced earlier today. We've had, I think, just over about 50 starters. We've got over 150 starters for our men today. So lots of racing to go, but our current best time at 5K is Nathan Marseille, one of our international skiers from France. Cameron Cruikshank, the Scottish skier from Huntley Nordic, is sitting in second spot right now. But we've just had maybe about a dozen skiers come through that 5K point at this stage of the day. And it's 2 laps of a 5K course. Right now, leading our U20 men at 5K is Edwin Ryerson, another one of our international athletes from Harvard University. His time was 13:06 at the 5K point, but lots of racing still to go. You can see 1:28. That's Gabriel Jones just coming up that little climb into the stadium, and he'll be lapping through, heading out on his second lap. Okay, next up to start is number 155. So that's Nicholas Blackwell from the Rocky Mountain Racers. And right behind him will be 156, Matthew Strum from Canmore Nordic. I believe he was one of the guides yesterday for one of our visually impaired Para Nordic skiers. So Nicholas Blackwell from Rocky Mountain Racers, just about to head out on the 10K here at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. We talked a lot about pacing earlier, and that first climb, and it really continues on in a stair-step fashion all the way for 2.5 kilometers. So it's definitely that pacing on that maybe first kilometer. You've just got to hold back your excitement because it's easy to blow up on that first kilometer, and you've got a long way to go to the top of this course. We got Matthew Strum, and one of our Para Nordic guides yesterday for our visually impaired. He's now on course for the Rocky Mountain Racers, also an excellent biathlete, Matthew Strum. 157, that'll be Stefan Buxton Carr from Canmore Nordic and Team Trail Sports heading out for his race. So again, our current best times, Nathan Marseille after 5K, Cameron Cruikshank in second, that's for the senior men, and for our U20 men, it's Edwin Ryerson still with the best time at 5K, as Stefan Buxton Carr heads out. We're going to about 100, I think it's 152 starters. I've just done the math, 152 starters for our men, and we're through the first 47 starters. So we got lots of athletes to go. One thing that's interesting when you talk about pacing, had a great interview with Luke Jagger, one of the U.S. national team ski members a couple years ago, and I talked to him about pacing for like a 10K skate race. And he said, you've got to be really honest with yourself for a race like that. It's so easy to think I'm just going to crush that first climb, and you've got to be honest with what is that pace you can maintain, where do you want to push the pace. Maybe it's in that last 300 meters of the big climb that you want to push over the top. How are you going to do the descent? Where are you going to try and get in a tuck and relax? Where are you going to try and free skate or push the pace on the descent? So you've really got to have a plan, and be honest with yourself what your strengths and weaknesses are and what that right pace for you is. And every course is different in ski racing. It's not like a 10K flat time trial on a bike. Every course is different, and you've got to figure out that plan for the entire race, for your pacing and how you're going to tackle the course. Okay, we're getting close to our first finisher, Nathan Marseille, who set the best time, 11:51 on the first 5K. So he's going to be coming in really, really shortly. Now, he's an international athlete. I think that might be him on the descent. Now, he is from France, but he also races for Laval University, and I believe he will qualify for the university championships. And he was one of our earlier starters because he doesn't have Canadian points. And yes, that is 114. That is Nathan Marseille, the French skier, coming in, also racing for University of Laval. And you can see he's free skating into the finish. You're seeing more and more of that on the World Cup. And there we go. Nathan Marseille is going to set our new best time, just over 24 minutes and about 5 seconds. Our best time by quite a margin. He's our first finisher, but he was our fourth starter. Now this is the Scottish athlete, Cameron Cruikshank. He's coming to the finish. He will be second place right now, a solid race by the Huntley Nordic athlete, the same club as Andrew Musgrave, who is one of the top skiers in the world. Okay, that time, I believe, is going to stand for a while. Nathan Marseille, quite a margin at 5K and over a minute over Cameron Cruikshank at the finish. So he's in the hot seat right now, and he might be able to get quite comfortable in that hot seat for a while. So and we have 2 races in one today. We're actually in 3 races in one. We have our senior men, which Nathan Marseille is part of, but he's not qualifying for a Canadian championship. We've also got our U20 men and our university men racing here. As we got 165 ready to start, Gabrielle Rochelot from Monteriski. Monteriski, just in the Montreal area. So right now for our U20 men, the best time at 5K was number 113, Edwin Ryerson. Now he's an American athlete, but his time was 13:06 at 5K. As we've got 164 coming up that first climb. That's Mason Lumby, local athlete in the U20 category. He's with Canmore Nordic. We also see 137 coming up the climb on their second lap. That's Liam Ryan. Okay, now in the start gate, waving to his fans is 167, Cohen Norman of the Scotia Cross Country Club and the Nova Scotia ski team, another under 20 athlete. Yeah, thank you to everyone joining us around the country and around the world, I'm sure. Got quite a few people tuning in to the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. Thank you to Rundle and Salomon for big supporters of this live stream. Really great that we can bring you all the coverage, and great work by our home team network group that's doing a fantastic job on the coverage here for the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. We've got 168 ready to start. Willem Van Doon from Big Thunder Nordic and Lakehead University. Okay, so best time so far is Nathan Marseille at the finish, and he has the best time at the 5K point for quite a few of the starters. But again, we have over 150 starters today. Best time for our U20 men at 5K is Edwin Ryerson. Liam Ryan, our second best time for U20 skiers at 5K. And here we go. This is 116 coming into the finish. That's Lucas Sikora of the Rocky Mountain Racers, member of Canada's World University Biathlon team this year. So just a little bit more. Oh, here we got 171 on ready to start. That is Graham Farthing of Saskatoon Nordic and the Saskatchewan ski team. So just a little bit more on this course. So altitude is, we're just around 5,000 feet here at the Nordic Centre, just a little over 5,000 feet. We've got the biggest climb is 34 meters of elevation gain, 168 meters every 5K. So that's a lot of climbing every 5K that these skiers have to do. Okay, so we're showing Mark Ahrens. Yes, there's Mark Ahrens coming into the finish. He's on the descent. He's completing his race. The Canadian hero, Mark Ahrens, 10 medals at the Paralympics for the last 2 Paralympics. Recent Para Biathlon World Cup champion. And look at this technique. Again, we've talked about these Para-Nordic athletes and the incredible core stability they have to have. Look at that technique. So beautiful to watch as Mark Ahrens lunges at the line. He's had a long season, but he's racing here in Canmore at the able-bodied championships. Also coming in was 119, Sam Griffin of the Hollyburn Ski Club and the University of British Columbia Thunderbirds. Ready to start, 174. 174 now on course. That's Jules Lapointe from Skibec. Skibec located in the Quebec City area. And you can see just in the top left-hand corner, Nathan Marseille, our French skier in the lead. Isaac Becker, one of the American skiers, sitting in second spot right now. But Nathan Marseille, he should get comfortable in the hot seat, maybe get a drink, maybe get a hot drink from the Nordic Centre and sit back and relax for a while, because he has set a very fast time, very fast benchmark relative to the other skiers. Now there's still some 120 finishers or so to come in, but he's a top international skier, and he didn't have any Canadian points, so he was seated as one of the first starters. And if you're not familiar with the seating, it's based on your Canadian points, which is a way of ranking athletes in Canadian races, and it's the top-ranked athletes that'll start last. Okay, we've got 123 coming in. That is Lucas Smith. He'll be coming in shortly. Also, we can see another skier just coming around the lap. He'll be lapping through. But this is Lucas Smith, 123, formerly of Winnipeg, now with the Rocky Mountain Racers. So just coming into the finish was Lucas Smith, number 123. Okay, Joshua Go just coming up the climb. Okay, we're just watching Nicholas Blackwell come in. Yeah, Nicholas Blackwell, 155. He's lapping through, and there is 124 coming in. That's Callum Cross of Canmore Nordic. Will be finishing. And there we've got Nicholas Blackwell. He's coming into the lap lane, and he's just going to be a few seconds off Nathan Marseille's time. So Nicholas Blackwell setting the second best time at 5K. As we've got Justin Chartrand from Fondue-Laurentide and the University of Laval starting. He's number 180. So just checking current best time. So at 5K, it's still Nathan Marseille with the best time. Nicholas Blackwell with the second best time, but still another 100 or so skiers to come through that lap lane as we've got 125. Jeremy Tessier from Monteriski coming to the finish. And that looks like 128 coming in. That'd be Gabrielle Jones of the Rocky Mountain Racers. Yeah, solid race there by Gabrielle Jones, coming in 6th spot. There you can see our top skier right now, Nathan Marseille, then Cameron Cruikshank, Cyrus Hamlin, Isaac Becker, Lance Sikora, Gabrielle Jones then in 6th spot. And it's still another 120 or so skiers still to come into the finish here in our men's 10K. Free technique interval start here at the Canmore Nordic Centre, 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. We just saw some of the skiers lapping through. So we've had over 70 starters, so we're not quite at the halfway point for our starters here. And this is senior men and U20 men and our university category racing. Here's 184 coming up. This is William Gagné Duplessis from the Mooski team. So I can see for our under 20 men, the top time so far, Edwin Ryerson with a time of 27:10. Here we've got 124, I think, coming in. I think that was Alaric Fish just coming in. Yes, sorry, might be still coming in, but 126 was Alaric Fish, the veteran from Canmore Nordic. And I believe he helps run the Canmore Nordic Centre. So the veteran Alaric Fish in with a pretty solid time. Alaric Fish in that over 50 category, which is not a separate category for these national championships, but if there was, Alaric, I think, would be winning that today. 186. Olivier Brunet from Fondue Laurentide. Here is 187, Felix Clément from Canmore Nordic. Now he's from Canmore Nordic, but he races for Université Laval. So still with the best time at 5K, Nathan Marseille. And we've had a good 50 skiers come through. And he also, Nathan Marseille, has the best time at the finish. Just looking at our U20 skiers. Still, I've got Edwin Ryerson as our top U20 skier with a time of 27:10. But I think fairly shortly, we're going to start to see other U20 skiers come into the finish. Yeah, you know, one thing, it's above freezing now at the Canmore Nordic Centre, but the wind is pretty strong, so you can see people covering up, get out of the wind, as we've got 137 coming into the finish. That's Liam Ryan. Sorry, I think 127 or 134, Ben Gadd coming in. He is with Caledonia Nordic out of Prince George, so he's going to slot in 11th spot. Hey, Nicholas Blackwell, he'll be coming in a little while. He had our second best time at 5 kilometers for our first 50 or so starters. So he'll be a name to watch when he comes into the finish. And if you're just joining us, we're here in Canmore, Alberta for the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. It's the men's, senior men's, and U20 10K freestyle interval start race. We've had about 30 or so finishers. We got 150 plus athletes for the men competing right now. As we've got now, it is 137 coming into the finish. This is Liam Ryan. This is one of our U20 athletes from Team Hardwood and the University of Ottawa. Liam Ryan, can he challenge the best time so far of Edwin Ryerson? So Liam Ryan kind of coming in, and he will slot into 13th place overall. And I believe he will be in second for our U20 skiers, as we've got Caden Sim now coming in with the big poling reach. Look how high his hands come up, really getting a lot of poling as Caden Sim comes in. And Caden Sim, that is 138. He is not one of our U20 athletes, but he's going to come in with a top 15 time so far. Yeah, you can see there's 168 just coming through the, he'll be heading out for another lap. 168 is Willem Van Dun from Big Thunder Nordic. And you're seeing them coming down this hill. They've just gone under the bridge around Renner's Revenge. They're on this descent, and then they have this gradual climb towards the stadium. And now we've got another finisher coming in, Rory Wilson. Rory Wilson, another skier that had a good time at 5K. Rory Wilson coming in. Can he finish strong here and challenge one of the best times for U20 men? And here we've got 135. That's William Sandloss from Avalon Nordic. Cross country Newfoundland and Labrador. 136. Foster Wynn of the Overlander Ski Club in Kamloops, British Columbia, and he also skis for University of British Columbia. That's 139. Dan Clark of Kimberley Nordic, another veteran skier. I believe he might be coached by the famous wax tech Tim Wintonu. So Dan Clark coming in for Kimberley Nordic. And right now he's sitting with a top 20 finish. We'll see if that sticks. Okay, 168 coming in. That's Willem Van Dun on that climb. And this is the top of the course. Sorry, this kind of by the weather station, getting close to the top of the course. And we talked about this in the women's race. In the interval start, you're all by yourself, but then once skiers start to lap through, maybe you're on your first lap, or you're on your second lap and someone comes through on their first lap, they got a little more energy. If you can catch a ride, that can make a massive, massive difference. I mean, you've seen over the years people win medals at the Olympics, partly from the fact that, you know, the leader caught them and they were able to hang on with them to the finish and just feed off them, just the psychological draft, not just the physical draft of having someone to benchmark off of, benchmark your glide every time. So it can definitely be an advantage if you get the right skier that catches you, either started behind you or is just on a different lap than you. Okay, this is Liam Tinworth coming in. And here's 142. This is Justin Long of Fondor Laurentide. Yeah, Rocky Mountain Racers, they just came back from some training up at Mount Shark, so getting a little bit of altitude training there and having some good results here. Oliver Cherney Holowinia from North Bay Nordic and Nipissing University just coming in. Sorry if I mispronounced that name. Hey, so again, so Rory Wilson, who just came in a little while ago, has the second best time for U20 men. But for Canadians, he does have the best time. So in that Canadian Championship hot seat right now, Rory Wilson of Foothills Nordic and the Biathlon Alberta Training Center is sitting with the best Canadian time at 27:11. Edwin Ryerson sitting with the best time overall for our U20 skiers, but Edwin Ryerson, an American skier with Harvard University. And I mentioned it earlier, Harvard University has a good chunk of their team here. They finished the NCAA championships. They wanted to extend their season and come to Canmore Nordic and get some solid racing in to conclude their season. And their coach said he wanted to keep these skiers hungry for training over the summer and wanted to bring them to Canmore to just get some really good racing here at the Nordiq Canada National Championships. Okay, in the start gates is 2:04, Cedric Martel from Lappi Nordic. Okay, we're getting closer and closer to our top seeds today. Cedric is one of our U20 skiers. He trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy, originally from Lappi Nordic out in Thunder Bay. As we've got Matthew Strum coming into the finish right now, trying to set a new best time, and he's not quite going to do it. There we go. We got 152 coming in. That's Jake Littlejohn, the Hunting McNabb. So Jake Littlejohn coming in. It looks like the fourth best time. And this is 156 coming in. That's Matthew Strum. Matthew Strum looks like he set the second best time now. And this is Nicholas Blackwell, 155 coming in. Setting, it looks like the fourth best time for Nicholas Blackwell. Just looking at our current time splits right now. So senior men, Nathan Marseille is our leader right now, 24 minutes and 8 seconds. Still no one able to challenge his 5K lap time for our senior men. Looking at our U20 men, it looks like we've got a few skiers at 5K starting to challenge the best times. Joel Herring, Joe Curran, Graham Farthing, Hezekiah Hepner out of the Boundary Trails Nordic Club in Manitoba. So those are some of the skiers that have set better 5K times for our U20 men's category. So we may see a new leader for our under 20 category fairly shortly. And here comes 153. That is Matthew Broder from Nickel Plate Nordic in Penticton, British Columbia, and he also races for the University of British Columbia Thunderbirds. Okay, so we've got a new best time for our under 20 men. Huntington McNabb has come in 26:49. He's number 151, so about our 40th starter. Huntington McNabb of Big Thunder Nordic in Ontario. He is our current U20 men's leader, as we've got 160 coming into the finish. That's Bertrand. Just came into the finish, and he has got the third best time overall amongst all our categories. As 158 comes in Joe Curran of the Yellowknife Ski Club. He also trains with the Rocky Mountain Racers. Bertrand sitting in third overall. Just checking if he is, I believe he is a senior athlete. Yeah, he is a senior athlete, so he's sitting with the third best time right now. So again, our best times at the finish for senior men, Nathan Marseille, Matthew Strum, and Bertrand. I'm not going to try and pronounce his last name. And for U20 men, our top finishers right now, Huntington McNabb of Big Thunder Nordic, Edwin Ryerson of Harvard, and Rory Wilson of Foothills Nordic. And we've had about 50 to 60 skiers coming to the finish, 150 starters for the men across the U20 and senior men's category. Okay, and here comes 161. That is Hezekiah Hepner of Boundary Trails Ski Club and the Rocky Mountain Racers. So Hezekiah just finished. Looks like he had a good time. 159. Isaac Desilets from Temiskaming coming in. Skis for the training center in Thunder Bay, but I think a solid finish for the U20 skier Hezekiah Hepner. See if he's moved into the top three. Definitely had a solid 5K lap time. We'll see. He may have moved into the top spot for under 20 men, Hezekiah Hepner of the Boundary Trails Nordic Ski Club. Boundary Trails, a ski club, about an hour and a half south of Winnipeg in Manitoba. If you're just joining us, this is the senior and U20 men's 10K interval start free technique race here at the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. We're at Canmore, Alberta. This is organized by the Canmore Nordic Ski Club as we've got 216 ready to start. This is Louis Bibot from Mont-Saint-Anne and the Université Laval. We've got, it looks like another 46 starters to go. This is the first climb out of the stadium. So, okay, so we've got a realignment here for the U20 men. Joel Herring in the lead right now, 25-17. Second right now for our finishers, U20 men, Hezekiah Hepner. Third, Joe Curran. So it's Joel Herring from Big Thunder Nordic, Hezekiah Hepner from Boundary Trails Nordic, and Joe Curran from the Yellowknife Ski Club. They're your top three for the finishers for U20 men. But still many more to come in, but solid race. Joel Herring is leading by 40 seconds over Hezekiah Hepner for our finishers for U20 men. For our senior men, it is still Nathan Marseille, our fourth starter on the day, the French skier. He is in the lead right now for senior men.
The fields are stacked. There's 160 men starting in today's race, 150, sorry. And that's a mix between junior men and...
Okay, so our next starter. So now we're getting into some heavy hitters. Rye Pryor, part of the World Under-23 team this year from Club Chelsea Nordique. He is a senior skier now. He's over 20. He's under 23, but he's not under 20. So Rye Pryor in the senior category, very strong skier. Definitely someone that could take a medal here today. So that's one number to watch, 219 over the course of his 10 kilometers here at Canmore Nordic Centre. Still for our senior men, Nathan Marseille, not only the leader at the finish, but also the best time by quite a margin at 5K. We are seeing just coming through at 5K, Edward Southward from Cross Country Ottawa, starting to get close to the time set by Nathan Marseille much earlier today. We've got coming into the finish, 163. That is Joel Herring think if I read that name right. I'm not sure if I read that number quite right. Okay, so another skier to watch for here is Graham Farthing. He was second best time at 5K. Graham Farthing, 171. He is in that under 20 men's category. So Graham Farthing just finishing, and we'll see if he's made it into the top 3. It's going to be close to the top 3 for our under 20 men at this point in the day. So one thing to note for these under 20 and senior skiers, this is the first day of racing at Nationals. For the first 2 days, we had the under 18 and under 16 categories and our Para Nordic categories racing. This is the first day for our U20 and senior athletes. They'll also be racing again in the sprints on Saturday and the distance race on Sunday. Also, a nice treat this year for the Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals is the return of the division relays. So division is more or less equal to province, not exactly, but essentially provincial relays. And we haven't done that for a while, and that will be coming up on Friday. So that'll be a nice treat, and that's all the categories racing, I believe, in the divisional relays on Friday. Okay, so we're also watching Edward Southward. He had he's one of our, I believe, our U20 athletes. He had a very strong 5K split. We're just keeping an eye on him as he comes up this climb, and he's going to slot into second best time. So still behind Nathan Marseille, but Edward out on the course. See if he can have a strong enough finish to unseat Nathan Marseille, our senior men's leader, at the finish. Here we've got 173 and 172 coming in. That's Camille Derome of Skibec. 173 and 172 is Eric Verma of Team Hardwood. Now we've got Guillaume Pelchat on the start. He is with the Pierre Harvey Training Center, another top skier to watch for. 227, Guillaume Pelchat, originally from Pembroke Nordic, now training with the Pierre Harvey Training Center in Quebec. So we've got about 35 starters to go, so still lots to unfold here on this beautiful afternoon in Canmore, Alberta. Starting to cloud over a little bit more. It's just above freezing, +1. Okay, now we're going to get a time split for Rye Pryor. He is one of the names we are watching here today. He's just starting to move down the time splits, but that's not necessarily a bad thing early on. He has some experience with pacing, and there you can see he's at 6 seconds down on our leader at that checkpoint. So Rye Pryor, definitely one of the names we're watching here. A relaxed start. Again, that's probably not a bad thing on this course on this day. And what you're seeing here is near the top of the course, just by the weather station, and it's about 2.5 kilometers up to this point. Just keeping an eye on our split. So Edward Southward, the only skier with a split so far that can challenge Nathan Marseille. And there we've got, looks like our next starter coming up. That looks like the Blackjack race suit. I'm thinking that is Julian Locke, the veteran. Yes, 231, Julian Locke of Blackjack and the Nordic Pulse team. So Nordic Pulse, if you're not familiar with it, they do GPS ski trail grooming tracking, very successful organization around North America. And Julian Locke, a veteran, he's raced at the World Championships. Definitely a dark horse today. He's known more as a sprinter, but every once in a while he throws down an awesome distance race. So Julian Locke, another skier we'll watch for today here in the men's 10K interval start free technique race. Now we've got 2:32. Another Pierre Harvey Training Center athlete, Xavier Lefebvre. Probably should say Xavier Lefebvre. He's from the Monteriski Club and again training with the Pierre Harvey Training Center. Okay, so we're just tracking the time there of Edward Southward as he comes up by the weather station. Not going to match the time of our leader in the hot seat, Nathan Marseille. Going to be 34 seconds down, Edward Southward. Great work getting the timing splits here from some of the skiers we're watching for. Excellent work here by our home team network crew, bringing these pictures around the world. Here we got 2:34, Alexandre Cormier from Fondue-Laurentide, the Pierre Harvey Training Center. So we're now into our final 30 starters. Senior men, U20 men, 10K free technique interval start. Here's 2:35. Jonas Rolseth. He's one of the Canadian World Junior Team athletes from this year. They raced in Italy. He is from Canmore Nordic, a local skier, trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. So Jonas Rolseth, one of the skiers we'll definitely watch for the under 20 category, number 235, as we now look at another Canadian World Junior Team member, Justin Boudreau of Monteriski. Another Pierre Harvey Training Center athlete. They've got that red and black race suit. That's the training center of Tony Cyr, one of Canada's top men skiers on the World Cup. So just taking a look at our U20 results right now. It's Joel Herring in the hot seat. Joel from Big Thunder Nordic and Lakehead University. Graham Farthing in second. Hezekiah Hepner, Boundary Trails Nordic in third. And we're starting to see one skier, Simon Connell, number 198, start to challenge the times of our U20 leader, Joel Herring, on the 5K mark. As we have 183 come into the finish. That's Malcolm McCulloch of the Highland Trailblazers. Highland Nordic, I believe that's near Duntroon, Ontario. Not too far from Collingwood. Skier coming to the finish, 182, Nathan Guerin from Skibec. He'll be coming to the finish shortly. Okay, now we're tracking the time of Edward Southward. Can he challenge Nathan Marseille? He was very, very close at the 5K point, but was falling back in, at that second checkpoint on that second lap. Yeah, he was about 8 seconds down on Nathan Marseille at 5K. Doesn't look like he's going to unseat Nathan Marseille, who's been sitting in that hot seat for some time today. He was our fourth starter. We've had some 60 plus finishers. And that is Edward Southward, 191. On the white arms, the white legs. So there you go. Coming in to finish, this is Edward Southward. Looking to see if he can get into second spot right now for our finishers. Yeah, Edward Southward is going to sit in second spot for our senior men. The only skier so far at 5K that was close to Nathan Marseille. He's just lost a bit of time to Nathan over the second lap. Okay, now Rye Pryor. He is going to be coming in shortly at the 5K point. He is one of the skiers we're watching for here. This will be his first lap. So you're just seeing on the top left-hand corner the lap times at 5K. Rye is number 219. Coming around shortly through the lap lane. Rye Pryor is just going to fall under the time of Nathan Marseille. We also can see Xavier Gilbert with a good time. So Rye Pryor is going to come in fourth spot at the 5K point. And I think, 9 seconds down on the leader at 5K, I think is quite reasonable for a paced effort. But what we don't know is how Rye is feeling right now. Has he saved a lot in the tank, or has he gone out as fast as he can? As 2:44 heads out on course, so we're getting to that final 20 starters. 2:44 was Rally Tart of Kimberly Nordic. Another skier to watch for. He's represented Canada at past World Junior Championships. As we got 2:45, Dustin Hay of Hollyburn Ski Club, British Columbia, head out on the course. .246, Luke Fricker, another Canmore local, races for Canmore Nordic and Team Trail Sports. So Luke Fricker now on course. Okay, Julian Locke is going to be coming up shortly to near the top of the course. So Julian Locke, the veteran Canadian athlete, represented Canada at World Championships. Known as a sprinter, but can he put together a great distance race here in Canmore? He's from the Roslyn, British Columbia area, skis for Team Blackjack. You see he's coming to the top of the climb, and it suggests that he's very close to Nathan Marseille's time, our leader right now. Just looking again, just to recap our senior men at the finish. Nathan Marseille from Courchevel and University of Laval. He is sitting in first. Edward Southward from Cross Country Ottawa sitting second. Matthew Strum from Canmore Nordic sitting in third for our senior men. And for our U20 men, it's Joel Herring, Big Thunder Nordic. Ryan Goodwin has now moved into second. He's from the Hollyburn Ski Club. And Graham Farthing from Saskatoon Nordic is now sitting with the third best time for the under 20 men. So we've got a couple more finishers coming in. 198. That's Simon Connell of Whitehorse Nordic, and I think that was Benjamin Brousseau of Canmore Nordic that came in. Okay, now we've got Alexandre Cormier coming to near the top of the course. This is just by the weather station. You're familiar with that part of the Canmore ski trails. And Alexander Cormier is just going to be off that time. And also you can see Kendine Bishinter sitting with a tie with Nathan Marseille. So it's starting to get very, very close at that 5K checkpoint. Sorry, not the 5K. That would be at the top of the course or near the top of the course. So things are starting to get very close. So Nathan Marseille, who has been in the hot seat for probably over a half hour, should start wondering if he's going to be there much longer. But he still has that best time in a tie at that checkpoint 8 minutes into the race. So just to give you a sense, Julian Locke was approximately our 30th last starter. So still lots of skiers to come in, and also just looking at some of the other names. So still probably another 15, I'd say, skiers that could maybe challenge the time of Nathan Marseille. And here we go. Now we've got Kendine Mashinter come in. Kendine Mashinter with the Thunder Bay Training Center. He was very close to Nathan Marseille at that earlier checkpoint on lap 1. So he's going to be coming through the lap lane here. Can Kendine challenge the 5K time of Nathan Marseille? I don't think he's going to quite do it. It's going to take probably about 6 or 7 seconds to go through that lap spot. And he is going to be down on the time of Nathan Marseille, about 5 or so seconds back. As we see number 254, Aidan Hay, start. And shortly, 255 that'll be coming up next is Luke Allen, who just came off a 4th place finish in the NCAA Championships in the skate race. So Luke Allen coming up next, number 255. Definitely on good form 2 weeks ago, one of the top skiers on the university circuit in the United States. He's in his last year at university. It was his last NCAA championships. Luke Allen looking strong at the start here. Could Luke Allen take his first ever individual national championship today? And another name, another number to watch. Here's an American skier, Max Cluck. He is from the University of Utah. He actually was on the U.S. Junior Worlds team when the Junior Worlds were in Whistler a couple years ago. So another top skier, but he's an American skier, so he can't challenge for a Canadian championship. So we're down to the last 6 or so starters here for our senior and U20 men. So far, the story has been French skier Nathan Marseille setting the best time. A number of skiers are starting to get close to his lap time. Here we go. This is the second lap for Olivier Miron. He's coming to just by the weather station near the top of the course. And you can see, what's interesting is Nathan Marseille, not only did he set the best time at 5K, it looks like he's paced himself really well, because this is now on the second lap and Nathan Marseille has quite a gap on the other top skiers. So can Olivier Miron challenge Nathan Marseille? This would be a very well-paced race by Olivier if he is going to come under the time of Nathan. Okay, so just a handful more starters to go. Okay, so now we're just seeing that the time gap for Xavier Gilbert. That should be the finish times that they're showing just at the top of the screen. So we'll see if Xavier Gilbert can challenge. Okay, so we've just got an update. So Olivier Miron has below the time of Nathan Marseille at that checkpoint on the second lap. And those time splits you're seeing now are at the finish. So we're just cutting to the finish here, and we're going to see if Xavier Gilbert can challenge Nathan Marseille here at the finish. There's 2:09 coming in. That is Eli Baugh coming in. 2:10, Antoine Nicole. Then it is 2:13, Xavier Gilbert. So Xavier Gilbert, one of our U20 skiers. This could actually be a challenge here for the lead in our U20 category. So Xavier Gilbert driving to the finish. He's just in the back there, number 213, as 2:10 comes into the finish. But Xavier Gilbert will move into our top U20 spot and second overall for our finishers. So Xavier Gilbert, our new under 20 leader. He is with Mont-Saint-Anne out of Quebec. So Xavier Gilbert rising to the occasion here in the national championships. Well, we still have a number of U20 skiers to come in. I can also report that Julian Locke is having a great race out there. He has almost a tie at 5K with Nathan Marseille. But we're also going to keep an eye. I think Luke Allen for our senior men could challenge the best times. Okay, and now we've got Scott Hill showing up. So Scott Hill, the veteran. So he looks like Scott Hill has now set the new best time at 5K. So Scott Hill, the veteran, raced many years for Hardwood Hills. I think he has some U20 national championships many years ago. He's into his 30s, but Scott Hill still racing very strong. Raced representing Canada at the Minneapolis World Cup last year. Okay, so Scott Hill, veteran racer, now with the new best time at 5 kilometers. And it's by quite a margin, almost 16 seconds. Okay, but there's still Luke Allen to come through. Luke Allen was 2:55. Scott Hill was 2:40. We also have the likes of Garrett Siever to come through for our senior men. So still a few more challengers to Scott Hill, but wow, Scott Hill, he's in the running for a national championship right now. He is the leader at 5 kilometers of this 10K senior and U20 men's interval start race. And again, for our U20 men, it's Xavier Gilbert of Mont-Saint-Anne with a time of 24:30. He is our leader for our finishers for U20 men. Okay, we've got 2:16. That is Louis Bubeau. And then 2:18, Olivier Morin. And Olivier is a U20 skier, but he's going to fall just under the time of our best U20 skier right now, Xavier Gilbert. But Olivier may be looking for a podium finish here. Still many skiers to come in. But Olivier Miron is going to be in second for our U20 men and fourth overall for our finishers. But still some 50 or so finishers to come in, maybe about 40 finishers to come in across our senior men and U20 men's categories. And the story so far for senior men, Scott Hill leading at 5K, the veteran trying to win a national championship, as we have 2:19 come in and 2:14. So that's Nathan Meunier coming in, 2:14. And Rye Pryor just coming in. And here's 2:15, Noah Vanderzon, and 2:17, Mackenzie Sam. So Rye Pryor coming in with the 5th best time. And he is in the senior men's category. He's 21 years of age. As 2:21 comes in, Luke Hulshoff. And Luke is going to have the 2nd best time. And Luke is our new U20 leader. What a race by the Foothills Nordic skier, Luke Hulshoff. He has moved into that lead position for U20 men. As 2:20 comes in, Bennett Hutchinson, one of the Harvard Crimson University skiers. And now here's Luke Allen. So we're going to get Luke Allen first time check on the course. Luke Allen, the Dartmouth skier, just finished 4th at the NCAA championships in the skate race. Can he challenge the veteran Scott Hill? And he has done a new best time. Luke Allen has set a new best time. He was with the Nakertok Nordic team, and then he went to Dartmouth. He skied a great career with Dartmouth. He's wrapping up his career with Dartmouth with a top 4 finish at the NCAA Championships. And can Luke Allen deliver a national championship today? But it's early moments. There's still another about 17 minutes of racing for Luke Allen, but he's got the best time at that first checkpoint. Okay, so again, Luke Hulshoff leading for our U20 men, Xavier Gilbert second, Olivier Miron for our U20 men. For our senior men, now we're starting to see some shifts around. Now we're going to get a time check here. This will be on the second lap for Scott Hill. And Scott Hill, just a great veteran. He has a lot of racing experience. He knows how to pace himself. You know, he was able to qualify and race for Team Canada at the Minneapolis World Cup last year. I remember I chatted with him and he said that was one of his big goals. And there we go. Scott Hill has the lead at that checkpoint on the second lap. So Scott Hill, he's down on Luke Allen at that very first time check, but Scott Hill has the experience to pace himself perfectly on this course. So a very interesting battle. Scott Hill, the veteran, versus Luke Allen, one of the top NCAA skiers. So those are our top skiers, but a few other names starting to show up as well. So it's certainly not just those two skiers. Just gonna get an update here on some of our other time checks. You know, I think we've got a few other skiers on that first lap that could challenge those men in the senior men's category. But some exciting racing here today and great coverage by the home team network here, getting the splits and seeing the action develop here. Lots of different storylines developing as Micah Steinberg, a local skier. We interviewed him before the race. He's coming into the finish. He'll be coming to the finish very shortly. That looks like I think that was Wes Robinson Shaw that was just coming up that climb. So we should see Micah Steinberg, I think, on this descent. And if you're just joining us, this is the senior men and under 20 men's 10K free technique interval start here at the 2025 Nordiq Canada Ski Nationals. Skiers battling for under 20 and senior men's national championships. We've got Micah Steinberg coming in, a local skier. Grew up in this area, knows these trails extremely well. And he's coming into the finish shortly. Xavier Wallace coming in, and then we've got Micah Steinberg just behind him. He was 2:29, so Micah Steinberg, second best time of our finishers so far. So great race by the local Canmore Nordic athlete. Yeah, I think Micah, he pretty much paced this race perfectly. For what he had in him, he delivered pretty much a perfect race for himself. So great job by the local athlete, Micah Steinberg. But just kind of updating you on our senior men. So the best time at the finishers is still Nathan Marseille, but we know Scott Hill, we know Luke Allen are challenging those times out on the course. And we've got a handful more skiers still to come through those checkpoints. So Luke Allen and Scott Hill in the mix for the senior men's race. But a few other challengers there as well. And our U20 category, just looking at our time splits, I see Samuel Picard is in the mix there. Samuel Picard, another skier to watch in our U20 category. He is the best time at 5K. Okay, here we've got Scott Hill coming to just past the weather station near the top of the course on his second lap. The veteran has set the best time. He's got 26 seconds on our top finisher. You can see that is the Hardwood Hills ski suit that Scott Hill is racing in. He's raced for Hardwood Hills, I'm going to say, for over 15 years, maybe 20 years he has raced for that team. And there's a chance at a national championship. I'm sure all the Hardwood Hills athletes and coaches, and if Jack Sassville, the great longtime coach in Canada, is there, I'm sure he's cheering on Scott Hill here in those final kilometers here in this 10K interval start race for the senior men. But again, there's still a number of challengers, particularly Luke Allen challenging Scott Hill. Okay, coming into the finish now is 2:34. Alexandre Cormier, he is one of our senior athletes. So we're down to about 30 finishers to come in. Okay, Jonas Ralseth, 2:35. He is a under 20 skier. Can he challenge the best time? That would be Luke Hulshoff. You can see the times there. Luke Hulshoff sitting 4th overall, but our top under 20 skier. So Jonas has about 16 seconds to come in. And we've got Jonas Ralseth coming in, and Jonas is going to set a new best time. Not only overall, 3rd overall, but he's going to be a new best time for under 20 men. Jonas Ralseth, part of the Canadian World Junior team this year, a local skier from Canmore Nordic and the Alberta World Cup Academy, is sitting with the best time now for under 20 men at the finish, with about 30 or so skiers still to come in. And then we've got another skier coming in, another skier to watch, Justin Boudreau, number 236. I think that might be Justin coming in right now. He might be able to challenge the time. We'll see. Justin Boudreau started 30 seconds behind Jonas Ralseth. It's going to be close between those two for the best time for under 20 men so far. As 2:32 comes in, Xavier Lefebvre. Okay, so we're just going to wait for an update on the times to see how Justin Boudreau slots in for our under 20 men. And we're going to start seeing Scott Hill come in shortly, the veteran skier from Hardwood Hills, trying to get a national championship. As we see 2:37, Robin Mason come in, the Nakartok skier, trains with the Alberta World Cup Academy. And if you want to follow along, you can check out the times on Zone 4. Now we've got the clock running for Scott Hill, the veteran skier, Hardwood Hills. Scott Hill, I recall him winning an under 20 national championship. Scott Hill, he is 30 years of age. And there we go, Scott Hill, 2:40 in the Hardwood Hills race suit, looking to unseat Alexandre Cormier as the best senior time here today in Canmore Nordic in the 10K interval start skate race. He is driving to the line. He is going to set a new best time. Scotty Hill. Wow, almost 23 seconds ahead up on Alexandre Cormier. Now, will it stick? Will it be enough to get on the podium? Could it be enough to win a championship? Scott Hill, the veteran, throws down an incredible race here in Canmore Nordic, but still some 30-plus finishers to come in. Another name we're watching is Luke Allen. Recently top 4, 4th place at the NCAA Championships. Max Cluck, another skier. He's a Utah skier. Jeremy Lance, but I think the only skier right now that can challenge Scott Hill for a national championship for the senior men is Luke Allen, who had the best time at 5K, and we'll see if we can catch Luke Allen near the top of the course here when we get our next time split. So Scott Hill and Luke Allen in an epic battle for a national championship. Scott Hill has the current best time, but Luke Allen 10 seconds up on Scott Hill at 5K. But I know Scott Hill knows how to pace this course. The question to be answered, did Luke Allen save enough for this final lap to win a national championship? Now, I was talking to his former team captain with Dartmouth University, and they said they had 2 skiers named Luke on the team. So they gave the rookie Luke Allen the nickname Puck because he was Canadian. So Luke Puck Allen challenging for a national championship here. Grew up in the Naugatuck Club, now with Dartmouth. Okay, we've got Lucas Subert coming in. They were just showing his time. I believe he might be a U20 skier. I'll just get an eye check here. I think he might be we got Rally Tart coming in, I think. I think Rally Tart coming in for 2:44. He is an under 20 skier. Can he challenge the best time for a U20 athlete? So that is Rally Tart across the line, and Rally Tart is now, I think, going to move into the best time for our under 20 skiers. So Rally Tart, great skier out of Kimberley Nordic, skis with the BC ski team. I think he has now come in for the best time for our under 20 skiers. Okay, now Luke Allen was number 255, so he's in that battle for our senior category, but we still have a good 4 or 5 skiers to come in for our under 20 category. So Luke Allen, number 255. We'll see if we can get a time split for him out on the course. Luke Allen in good form, 4th at the NCAA championships in the skate race, 6th in the classic race. Dartmouth finishing, I believe, 2nd overall for the team event at the national championships for the NCAAs. But it's Scott Hill leading our senior men. Alexandre Cormier in 2nd for our finishers. Nathan Marseille, the French skier, in 1st. As we've got Lucas Subert come in. He is with Edmonton Nordic. He is an under 20 skier. It's Rally Tart in the lead. So Lucas Subert has a chance here, I think, for moving into 1st for our U20 men. Just checking our times here. Yes, Lucas Subert has a challenge here for our under 20 men. Lucas Subert is number 248. You can see he's driving. He's got 18 seconds to catch the time of Rally Tart. He's in that final 150 meters. The clock is ticking down here on Lucas Subert. He's got 10 seconds to get to the finish line to move into the top spot. And Lucas Subert is going to move into the top spot for under 20 men. Oh, okay. It's looking like it might be a second difference. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so Lucas Subert might have moved into the 2nd spot for under 20 men. But Samuel Picard, number 250, is another skier that can challenge for that under 20 category. He actually had the best time at 5K. So we're going to watch for number 250, Samuel Picard, to come in to the finish. Can Samuel Picard unseat Lucas Subert and Rally Tart? And it's interesting, looking at the split times, Rally Tart was 4 seconds down on Lucas Subert at 5K, but Rally Tart of Kimberley Nordic is now in the lead at the finish by a second, unofficially, over Lucas Subert of Edmonton Nordic. Well, I'm sure the Kimberley Nordic club is on their feet right now watching this live stream, cheering as loud as they can, hoping that Rally could have heard them because Rally is leading. But here we go, 250. This now coming into the finish is Samuel Picard. Samuel Picard was up 6 seconds on Rally Tart at the 5K point. He's coming to the finish now. Samuel Picard, probably the last person to challenge for this U20 National Championship. And here we go. Samuel Picard coming to the finish. And I don't think it's going to be enough. Yes, Samuel Picard, not enough. And right now it is Rally Tart holding on to that top spot. And now we're going to watch for Luke Allen in our senior men's race. He's 255 as we've got William Vandenberg of Boundary Trails Nordic in the training center in Thunder Bay come in. He's one of our U20 skiers. He's going to have, I think, a top 10 time, William Vandenberg. But it looks like it's Rally Tart holding on to that top U20 position. And now Luke Allen. We're going to get a time check. No, this is the finishing times here. So Scott Hill is our leader for our senior men. We've got maybe 10 finishers, but I think the only person that can challenge Scott Hill for a national championship is Luke Allen. We do have Max Cluck, an American skier out there. He is running similar times, but it's going to be Luke Allen, the last skier, I think, that can challenge Scott Hill. Scott Hill, the veteran from Hardwood Hills, the former under-20 national champion, in the hot seat right now. Luke Allen, the Nakurtok Nordic skier, now racing for Dartmouth, his final year of Dartmouth, had a 4th place finish at the NCAA championships. We'll see if we can cut to the finish and see how Luke Allen is coming into the finish. Could Scott Hill take the win? Could Luke Allen take the win? It's down to Luke Allen to challenge for a national championship. So we've got some skiers coming in, and there is 2:55. That looks like Luke Allen is not going to unseat Scott Hill. Luke Allen coming in, 2:55. The Nakurtok Nordic athlete. Luke Allen driving to the finish. He's trying to hold on to 2nd place right now, and that is Luke Allen across the finish line. But it is going to be Scott Hill, unofficially a national champion. The veteran putting together a perfect race. Scott Hill in the lead. Luke Allen looks like he lost a lot of time on the 2nd lap. A complete collapse on the ground for these skiers. They left it all out there. What a thrilling finish there. Luke Allen, who was 10 seconds up on Scott Hill at 5K, fell back to 20 seconds back at the finish. Scott Hill, our top time for our senior men. Rally Tart in 2nd for our senior men. And I believe for our U20 men, sorry, Rally Tart is our leader for the U20 men. So Scott Hill, senior men's unofficial champion. Rally Tart, our under 20 men's national champion. We've also got Max Cluck to come in. We've got a few more skiers to come in, international skiers that could maybe challenge those times. Well, a thrilling. You can see Luke Allen on the ground. Looks like completely exhausted. We'll, yeah, just looking at those times. Scotty Hill, the veteran, still has it. Unofficial national senior men's champion. Paced himself perfectly. Again, that is unofficial, but a great race by that man. Rally Tart, a solid race by him. Another skier that paced himself well. He didn't have the best time at 5K, but the best under 20 time. Now we got a few more skiers to come in. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. There's always a chance that another skier has paced himself just right. We've got Tristan Gramont, Adam Heel, also to register times. Victor Emile Thibault. He was our number 259. So Victor Emile Thibault coming in. You can see he's coming in. Looks like he's going to be maybe about 11th place overall. We see Max Cluck has come in. He's in 12th spot. He was another skier that had one of the best lap times. You can see these skiers. Like, you can see 259. That is Victor Emile Thibault. He is just on the ground, coughing. A complete effort. And this is at altitude. Some of these skiers, they're maybe day 4, day 5 of altitude, and their bodies are pushed to the absolute limit. And Noah Weir Chaba is coming in. Noah Weir Chaba is coming in. We're just checking that time. He's number 262. That time is still running, so we're just going to check on that. He was our final starter NW.
And we're still waiting for
Noah Weir Chaba. So his time is running. So that wasn't Noah Weir Chaba that had come in. He is still to come in. He is number 262. He is a senior men's skier. He is with Canmore Nordic in the Alberta World Cup Academy. So Noah Weir Chaba just running down the finishing list. He's coming to the finish. And that was 262. Sorry, 261. And there's, I think, Noah Weir Chaba just came across the finish line, I believe. Sorry, no, here comes Noah Weir-Chaba, 262. He's with the Alberta World Cup Academy there. Collapses on the ground. He's going to slot into 12th place overall. He's one of the senior men's skiers. Well, the story today was pacing. It's interesting looking at the lap times. Pacing so important. Scott Hill, your senior men's champion. Rally Tart, your under 20 men's champion. They did not have their best respective lap times of all the skiers, but they delivered proper and perfect pacing, and they delivered national championship wins. That's all unofficial. Everything I say is unofficial, but some thrilling racing out there. And Lucas Subert, second in the U20 men by 1 second. Jonas Ralsoth, unofficially third for the U20 men, 6 seconds behind Rally Tart. So again, our U20 men, Rally Tart, Kimberly Nordic, Lucas Subert, Edmonton Nordic, Jonas Ralsoth, Canmore Nordic. Those are your top 3 for under 20 men. And for your senior men, just getting updated results. It looks like for the men, it was Scott Hill, then Luke Allen, then Alexander Cormier, then Nathan Marseille, the French skier who sat in that hot seat for most of the race. As we see Noah Weir-Chaba showing the effects of the altitude. And there we go. This is a combined all racers, as it shows there on the banner. But it was Scott Hill, the veteran from Hardwood Hills, perfectly pacing himself to a national senior men's championship in the 10K interval start skate here on this beautiful day in Canmore, Alberta. And Rally Tart, the pride of Kimberley, BC, delivering an under 20 victory. Rally Tart, what a way to wrap up his season. There's still more racing to go, but that's a solid end of his season result. And there's all of your results there for our senior men's race and our under 20 men's race here. 10K interval start, free technique, day 3 of racing. Here in beautiful Canmore, Alberta at the Canmore Nordic Ski Club. We had Mark Aarons race earlier, a Canadian hero, 10-time Paralympic medalist. We had young skiers delivering great results, and we had veterans like Scott Hill of Hardwood Hills delivering a national championship. Yeah, he is going to be very happy with that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was a thrilling day of racing here. We've got many more days of racing to come. Tomorrow we go back to our U18 and U16 categories. On Friday, we have the relays. On Saturday, we have the U20 and senior man racing in the sprints, and then the long distance day on Sunday. So thank you, everyone from across Canada, for joining us today. Thank you on behalf of the Home Team Network for delivering these incredible pictures and results. Thank you to all the volunteers today, and we will see you tomorrow on the live stream.
dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, it's out with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it. I'm a habit, I've been good to my habits. So I gotta do it, man, I gotta do this. Cause I've been really better, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I...
One system after another continues to batter
all
the
part of a
BC
series of
coastline.
storms
You see the
threatening
skies,
power
especially
outages
with
and
higher
ferry cancellations.
As weather warnings pepper the
Wind gusts
province,
could be up to
Avalanche
100
Canada
kilometers an hour,
forecasters
and
also
the
tell us
closest of the warning.
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiqcanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going, yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing, yeah, I gotta keep working, yeah, at least for the moment, and start with a million, and I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, know when they gonna take it, but I grab it, I'ma have it, I've been good to my habits, so I gotta do it, man, I tell them to madness, cause I've been really putting, man, I want my status, damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I...
One system after another continues to batter
This is all
the
part of a
BC
series of
coastlines,
storms threatening
disguised
power
special
outages and ferry cancellation.
As weather warnings pepper the
Wind gusts
province,
could be up to
Avalanche
100
Canada
kilometers an hour,
forecasters
and
also
the
tell us
closest of the warning.
Le ski de fond au Canada, c'est une part de méditation, 2 parts de stimulation et 10 parts d'euphorie. C'est un sport sans prétention et sans biais de remontée. Il met en forme, rend joyeux et fait prendre l'air pour devenir rouge comme une tomate et dormir comme un bébé. Rejoignez un club pour avoir des conseils sur l'entretien des pistes et le fartage, des leçons de ski et plus encore. Trouvons notre passion d'hiver ensemble. Rendez-vous au nordiccanada.ca. Cross-country skiing in Canada. 1 part meditation, 2 parts stimulation, and 10 parts exhilaration. It's a sport without pretense or lift tickets. It gets you in shape, fills you with joy, and enough fresh oxygen to make you blush like a tomato and sleep like a baby. Join a club for groomed trails, lessons, waxing tips, and more. Let's find our winter groove together. Get started at NordicCanada.ca.
I gotta keep dreaming, gotta keep going. Yeah, I gotta keep pushing, gotta keep breathing. Yeah, I gotta keep working. Yeah, at least for the moment, it's out with a million. And I want my mansion, so my family knows that. We are set for life, yeah, ain't nothing that's gonna take over. Shit, nobody gonna take it, but I grab it. I'ma have it, I've been cut my habit. So I gotta do it, man, I tell them at this. Cause I be really put it, man, I want my status. Damn, they gonna see that I do this, they gonna see that I.
One system after another continues to batter.
This is all part of a series of storms threatening power outages and ferry cancellation.
As weather warnings pepper the province, Avalanche Canada forecasters also tell us